Back into the Survivor Man Challenge. For those who aren't familiar with the Survivor Man Challenge and Farm Simulator, the gist of it is you start Farming Simulator, and you start with $0, a chainsaw, and basically nothing else. For us, we gave ourselves a truck as an additional item. That was a luxury, and we also gave the rule that we weren't allowed to sell the truck because we could just use that to give ourselves like an instant $10,000, which would kind of defeat the point of the challenge. That was just a convenience thing for stream. We're also not allowed to take loans, and we're not allowed to lease vehicles. The whole idea is you're supposed to start with basically nothing and work your way up, without like any shortcuts. So there's that going on. And as a reminder, I've been mentioning a couple of times, I've lost track of where we're at now. We've had a couple of subs during the stream, but at the end of yesterday's stream, we were at about 142 sub points was my best estimate. I remember we were seeding the field. We're about 142 sub points over here on Twitch. If we hit 160, we'll do 2 Twitch integration streams, which we'll put up for a vote what those games will be, whether it's like Noita or RimWorld or Product Zomboid or whatever. Am I allowed to upgrade equipment? Oh yeah. Yeah. No, I'm allowed to do it. It's just I can't do any stuff to shortcut money. But yeah, like this tractor, I think the setup we have is like 365 horsepower. But I believe it goes up to like mid 400s if I do the upgrades. I'm absolutely allowed to do the upgrades. I just have to have the money to pay for it. Most of the restrictions are to prevent you from shortcutting money, so you have to like slowly work your way through money. Yeah, I can buy used equipment. I can buy like production lines. I can do all that kind of stuff. Oh yeah. No, I'm allowed to. I would totally be 100% allowed to like buy a better tractor than this one and sell it. Because when you sell it, you don't get much of your money back depending on how long you've had it. Like at best, you get something like 50-ish%. And if you've really, really worn it out, you get very, very little for it. There's eventually a point that selling it really does kind of not get you a whole lot. But that's fine. But yeah, so we started this entire run with a chainsaw. We started with a, the truck, and we started with like a little place I could sleep as like a burnt out bus. Normally I run through it, I just kind of autopilot it, so I do apologize about that. But yeah, so you'll see like that bus out there in the distance on that little hill. It might be hard to see, especially if you're on mobile, but there's a little bus and a little truck on that hill. That, we started with those. From there, we ended up getting ourselves set up with a pair of worked our way up to being able to afford a greenhouse. We made a bunch of money with some greenhouses. We still have 2 of the large greenhouses there. The greenhouses we started with are ones that came with this map that you were able to use. They ended up being overpowered, so we got rid of them and got regular greenhouses because it didn't feel fair. So we did that. But from there we got, more land to build a bunch of these fields and all that. And after that we went and we've gotten the grain mill. We currently own 3 tractors. We own a little teeny tiny 25 horsepower one, which I pretty much exclusively use for filling up the water in the greenhouses. We have a 100 horsepower tractor that was kind of the one we were using for a good while to like handle our crop and all that, even though it wasn't really high enough horsepower for a lot of things we were using. And then we got lucky, we found this one used, and it's like 360 something horsepower. So this is our workhorse that we do 90% of our work with now. We've also picked up a harvester since then. It's just a little tiny harvester. It's all we could afford. The current things I'm working on in the game is now that we've got our production set up to be able to get flour, I'm planting a bunch of wheat because it's going to give us some of the best profit margins from our granary. The other thing we're going to ultimately do is I'm going to get a better seeder, which is what I'm using right now, so it takes way less time for us to plant everything. I'm going to get a cultivator to make plowing go faster. It's technically not plowing, it's cultivating, but basically setting up the field going faster. I'm going to want to get a thing for spraying fertilizer and herbicide. That way I can, you know, basically I'm working on upgrading my existing equipment so I spend less time zipping around here slowly working on the fields. But take a bow, you deserve it. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. But, got that. Electric Pixel saying, I already had this, but it reset. So Electric Pixel is at a 3 stream streak, has caught all 3 of the last 3 streams, so thank you so much for that. 350 points you got over there. But I do appreciate the welcomes. I got distracted. Yes, so if we hit 160 sub points on Twitch, we'll have 2 Twitch integration streams that will have the community vote on what those games will be. If we hit 180 sub points, we will do one of the days off. Instead of taking a day off, what I'll do is I'll hop on Discord, and we'll just game as a community. Like, we'll vote on a couple games to play, whether it's like Among Us or Town of Salem or Phasmophobia. I'm open to suggestions on that. But, like, if it's like a really, really big crowd, we could worry about, like, doing, like, Jackbox game or something. Nothing super important. Just kind of refreshing the announcements I made at the beginning of stream. But yeah, that's if we hit 188 sub points. And then if we hit 200 sub points, we'll come up with a game that we'll vote on that we will put up a community server for people to play on. I will also be playing on that. I won't be on voice for that one because I'll be on stream for that. But we'll do something like Farm Sim, where as a community we try and make $1 million, or we'll play Factorio where we launch the rocket, or whatever it is. Depending on the game, we'll have like different setups, configurations, whether or not I'll be a dedicated server, I'll host it, or whatever. But that's at 200 sub points. What are sub points? That is an excellent question. So when a person subs, it's worth a certain number of sub points. A tier 1 sub is 1 sub point. A tier 2 sub is 2 sub points. A tier 3 sub is, I believe, 6 sub points. So it's basically along the lines of subs, it's just, if you get a higher tier, it's worth more. So right now, at the beginning of this stream, we were at 142 sub points, if I recall correctly. That said, over the next 2 days, there was something like 8 subs are going to drop off from November, and we're taking this at the end of the month. So that 142 was with those ones that are going to drop off. Yeah, and Prime is a 1 sub point as well, yes. But, so we were at 142 is the estimate of what we were going to come up at the end of the month. I think we've had 1 or 2 subs during the stream today. So it should be at somewhere in the area of like 144 to just give you an idea. So we're at somewhere about 144 sub points. And that's including the people who have subbed on Ko-Fi and Patreon. I'm also including at whatever their equivalent is. Like whatever the equivalent tier would be if they had subbed on Twitch. So that means we're 16 sub points shy of getting the Twitch integration stuff, and then, you know, add 20 sub points for each one. But yeah, so I am treating Ko-Fi and Patreon as exactly the same as I would for Twitch subs, so far as the tiers. Even though I do personally get a higher percentage of the money you contribute through that versus Twitch. Like Ko-Fi, I think I get 95% of what you donate, or tip or sub or whatever you want to call it. Versus Twitch, I get 50%. So, needless to say. Now, downside is, if you sign up with Ko-Fi, that doesn't actually give you the advertisement free or emotes, because that is off Twitch kind of thing. But it is getting a reminder because we are on the last, like, 2-3 days. Because it'll be at the end of the stream that goes over New Year's, like New Year's night or whatever. And, like, we'll have to deal with that. One moment. Can you get the Discord? Apparently you didn't join. I thought you did. I think they might be on cooldown because we just did it. Oh, there we go. One moment. I gotta do a moderation thing real fast over here. There we go, block that person. Had a moderation thing I had to deal with over on TikTok side. Don't worry about it. Just people being trolls. What if someone wants to go to a higher tier sub, but doesn't want stuff announcing? Oh yeah, you don't have to. It's voluntary. Like, I have currently, what is it, 2 tier 3 subs and a tier 2 sub. Not one of them has, like, asked for it, but I won't force it on you. It's entirely, like, because the idea is, like, I'll have an announcement that way, like, we would agree upon kind of thing. And I am kind of leaving it on the people who do ask for those higher tier subs to reach out and be like, hey, I'd like this kind of thing. Because, again, I don't want to pressure people if they don't want it. But yeah, no, it's only if you want. For the record, that announcement thing would only be when you chat the first time. Like, it's not gonna call you for lurking or anything like that. Like, if you don't say anything, I'm not gonna be like, the moment you pop into the channel that it's like, you know, welcome, you know, whatever to, you know, to the stream or whatever. It would be in response to your first message for the day and only the first message. And then the custom command. I could actually just leave it to a custom command, so it's not even that a person could do a custom command kind of thing. I'm flexible on that. It's the same thing where I won't call out people for following by name because people want to lurk. And that. Same kind of respect. You're only going to get it if you ask for it / want it kind of thing. We also check one more thing on the moderation side on TikTok because I genuinely don't know how some of this works, so I want to double check to make sure it did what I thought it was going to do. Alright, so I do apologize about that. Gotcha. There's 2 steps I gotta do. Cool. We're checking. Yeah, and I wouldn't repeat what they said. It was 100% deliberately someone trying to cause trouble. But yeah, no, for those who don't know what Lardine's talking about, I do have so, if you're subbed, and you've got your Twitch and Discord connected, there is a subs-only Discord, or channel on the Discord. I will be, like, clear that it's not super-duper active. It'd be nicer if it was more active, but it's not super active or anything like that. But I do share a discount code on that Discord for... We do have merchandise for the channel. That basically the way to look at the merchandise is every bit of merchandise of the channel, I get $5. And it's like, that's a rough estimate. It varies a little bit place to place kind of thing. But I get $5. So the way I treat it is you get the thing and you're chipping in $5. So all those prices there, that's not me trying to see how I can like min-max getting the money out of people or like doing anything like that. It's $5. It's whatever it would cost me to buy it for myself plus $5. But we get a discount code that takes the $5 back off. So you would basically get it at the cost of the item. The other thing you get is for a tier 2 and 3 sub. A tier 2 sub, if you want, when you first say something in chat, the bot can respond. Like, when you like the first time you say something in chat, do a redeem, whatever, you can say something in chat. Or sorry, it can say something in chat, like, you know, oh, here's trouble again, you know, Senju Cookie has arrived kind of thing. And that's only if you want it. You're not forced to do it. And then tier 3 sub, you can actually get a sound announcement. Now, I have to approve the sound kind of thing. Like, I'll make them, that kind of thing. So you're not going to get, you know, slam, 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 FBI open up. You're not going to get the whole thing. Hi.
Hi, husband. I'm heading downstairs.
That's responsible. Sorry I made you stay up late so you could eat soup.
Yeah, it's all your fault.
It's all my fault. She was getting ready for bed and is like, soup.
Yeah, but I love you.
I love you too.
Hi, Eonet. Hi, Infinity Simplex. By the very last Lardine. I'm holding stuff, so at least I
Mhm.
Hi, Captain Sanity, right?
Captain Insanity.
Captain Insanity, even better.
Excellent. You can get a wee tap for Tomb mug. You are correct. You can get a wee tap for Tomb mug. We've got fun merch. It's one thing I do need to do is I was actually intending on like once a month to like add a merch item kind of thing or like another variation. I have very not succeeded on that. That lasted about 1 month. But that said, you get the discount code. But yeah, so there's a couple extra perks. I'm also trying to come up with more stuff for perks for like I want to have perks for that kind of thing. You know, like a thank you for people who do sub and, you know, financially support the channel directly, that kind of thing. I want to come up with perks for people who have been, not continuously necessarily, but people who have subbed to the channel for 12 months, people who have subbed to the channel for 24 months, like that kind of stuff. Like do something to like recognize that. And whatnot. And that doesn't have to be continuous. Like, you could sub for, like, 8 months, take a break, sub for 4 months, that kind of thing. Okay. I see there's a tree stump there. I need to grind that down. So I need to remember there's a tree stump right on the edge of this field. And those I'm still trying to figure out. I want to have a proper... So one of the things, and I talked about doing this for, I said next month, it's almost next month. Where I started this month where I had the sub goal where it was like, okay, you know, here's the sub points. If we do this, we get that kind of thing. And I put like the 0 out of 160 sub points. And it was kind of surprising how fast the number of subs were getting dropped. Which was fascinating to me because like literally I was offering more. Like there was no negative, there was just I was literally offering more than before. And I think it was just entirely optics of that label down there, that the moment I changed it back to just, you know, we have the sub goal being a little bit higher than whatever our current sub count is, it 100%, you know, like, it 100% just not having it being close just very noticeably dropped the subs. The moment I switched the label back, the subs jumped back up. It was very eye-opening. But you get it. It's one of those things that you look like you're close to a goal. People want to support that. And I do want to do something when we do hit those goals, the littler ones. It's just coming up with something that, you know, makes sense. It's small enough, as it were. I actually have on the Discord a help the streamer channel, and I basically have asked it, like, hey, does anyone have any ideas for like little things I can do when we hit, you know, whatever, like a shorter term goal, like a daily or a weekly sub goal. To like kind of instead of having like the big 160 subs or whatever it ends up being for the month, instead of doing it just one giant monolith kind of thing, still have that. But then have you like, you know, okay, we're aiming to get like 20 or 30 subs or whatever for the week. Whatever that ends up being, the math that makes that work out. And going, okay, if we hit the weekly, here's what we do. And it could be that if we hit the weekly, then we do a Twitch integration thing and I find longer term sub goals. Because we'll change the sub goals month to month, like maybe have like a Lego stream or a cooking stream or like some kind of thing as the goal, or like what we do for the reward. But just trying to come up with more ideas to basically give people more for subbing kind of thing, to like make it more of a value for all of you. But that's something I've had difficulty navigating and all that, because there's like a lot of the suggestions I've had in the past where someone's like, oh yeah, when you hit your daily sub goal, yeah, you just need to queue up doing a Twitch integration stream. It's like, that's a lot of work for a daily thing. It just means like that would be something I couldn't reasonably see sustaining. But for like a monthly thing, that's totally fine. Like, yeah, there's extra work in setting that up, but if it's once a month, it's no big deal. Like, I know FG has been doing the thing where if they hit a certain number of subs per stream, that she would wear a onesie. I don't have onesies. Nor has anyone particularly been like, oh yeah, this would be a fun thing you should do. No one has implied they want to see me wearing a onesie. I'm sure now that I mentioned it, so it'll be like, no, that needs to happen. But you get the idea. Trying to fish for information, suggestions, feedback. Like, that's very genuinely one of the things I really hope I can get out of Discord. That we've gotten some, but I wish I could get more. Is I do have channels for, like, help the streamer, all that kind of stuff, feedback, all that I very genuinely do try and go, hey, like, I'm looking for ideas for games to play. I'm looking for ideas for things I can do to reward people for subbing regularly. Looking for, you know, things to do when we hit certain milestones. There's an emote ideas channel that we're about to get the last set of emotes I commissioned just a moment, like, earlier on. Are about to get those 6 emotes. When that happens, I'm going to be ready to commission the next 6 or whatever. So I'm looking for ideas so that we can get the most fun emotes we can. Or, like, the most useful, however you want to put it. Emotes that people want. So that, you know, you get what you want, and I spend literal money on getting, you know, stuff made to accommodate that. Like, versus me commissioning emotes and then realizing they're really not something interesting. Because we've had that happen once or twice where I've commissioned emotes and then no one really uses that, like, a particular emote or two, and it's like, alright, well, that was a waste. Which happens. You're going to have some that stick and some that don't. I'm still very happy with everything we've done emote-wise. It's just, you know, some emote people really like, and some emotes just not as much. You can play wearing a hoodie and mittens or so. Yeah, we can come up with stuff. Like, that's the whole thing, is I am fishing for people, because the problem is if people tell me during stream is long, ADHD things, I'm gonna forget. So that's the reasons I usually ask people to put it in the Discord, is just it's written down then, so I can look it back up later. And I also understand for people like, I don't want to join our Discord. That's reasonable. If you can get someone to post something on your behalf, that's totally fine too. But very genuinely, if you want to keep up with what's happening on the channel, weigh in on what games we're playing, you know, weigh in on other stuff stream related, it's going to happen on the Discord. That's just unfortunate reality, is Twitch doesn't give us a place to do that on the platform, so it has to happen off platform. If you would like that to change, please wind to Twitch. Go to the user voice thing. Find anything that's like, yo, it would be nice if we had a place that we could leave messages and, you know, say something there. Because maybe if enough people say, this is a feature we really need in the platform, then yeah. Wearable? Yeah, no, wearing was the correct thing for that. And the hoodie is something that is something like a wearable blanket. Very dense and thick. Yeah, maybe we can come up with things. But you'd love to join the Discord, but my limit of 100 servers is full. Oh man, like, I'm on a lot of Discords. There would definitely be, like, every once in a while I do have to kind of do a culling of the Discords, being like, what Discords do I actually really not need to be in anymore? And sometimes it'll be like, oh, well, that was a game I was checking out. But yeah, you know, I'm not really on there anymore, so I might get rid of it. Or, oh, I was involved in this thing, but it's not going on anymore. But yeah, no, I get it. The Discords do pile up. But man, a full 100? Eek. Or like, I haven't had to do this very much. There's been Discords I've got on with other creators in the past that those creators are just not making content anymore. So, you know, eventually you're like, okay, well, they haven't been making content the last 6 to 8 months. You know, it's time to cut that one loose. Yeah, your second account almost has 100. Yeah, no, eventually you gotta keep in mind. Rual, keep in mind that Rual lives in a hot climate, so mittens and thick blankets may not be the best idea. Yeah, no, I am in Central Florida. Like, right now it'd be fine. Like, I'm down to figure stuff out. Like, that's the thing. We can take suggestions, even if it's like, it could also be one of those things that certain part of the year I might do one thing, and a certain part of the year I might do another thing. Like, you know, maybe during the winter here, I could do like a hoodie or a blanket or something kind of thing, whereas during the summer I would just do something else, like put on like a straw hat or something. Like, that's fine. Like, I would rather get a whole bunch of suggestions than be like, that like suggestion's not gonna work, or the suggestion, okay, well, I got logistics to figure out. I'd rather have that information, you know, for if it makes sense, or even if it doesn't, like, even if it's those things like, yeah, let's just say the hoodie thing is just, nah, it's not practical, too hot. That still can put me on the path where it's like, okay, well, instead of the hoodie, though, I could do this other thing that's along similar lines kind of thing. So, you know, inspired by the hoodie suggestion. Because there's definitely been those things where people have made suggestions, and I'm like, yeah, that won't work, but that gives me an idea. And that some really good ideas for the channel have come from that kind of thing. It'll be real nice when I get the bigger cedar. I know I've said that a couple of times, but very, very really, it'll be much nicer when I get the bigger cedar and I can get, like, get this done 4 times as fast. That's our next big spend. I actually don't even think it was that much money, if I recall. I'll have to look. I could be wrong. Cedar, where are you? Rollers, spade, or cedar? No, I'm wrong. It's like 200,000. So yeah, that's a decent price. Let's see. Did you see you could put a clock that shows when ads will show? Yes. I actually used to have one of those. Like, it wasn't the formal thing. I actually used to take the web page that shows the ads themselves, take where it's like ad starts in, you know, X number of minutes, and all that, and I used to actually show that on the screen because it was the most reliable kind of thing. And it ended up being people would see the ad was coming and bail. So I got rid of it. I also had where people are like, oh, your little thing is covering up this or that. So as well as things, it was just another thing on the UI, ended up moving around a whole bunch. So ultimately, I got rid of it. Yeah, the bigger sprayer, the bigger harvester, the bigger everything. Yes. You just saw it and thought of the conversation in a previous stream? Yep. Yep. Texas mode engaged. Well, right. I think the bigger cedar is the big one. I mean, it could also be a thing that, like, the cedar we're using right now. How big are you? We're using this one. It is 3 meters wide. I wouldn't want to go up to 4. That doesn't feel meaningful. So 67 gets us up to 6. Yeah, so we don't really get a huge boost in how wide it is until we cross into a bit over 100,000. Alright, well, I missed a spot because I wasn't paying attention. We'll fix it on this one, and we'll cross the other way and clean it up, and then circle back. Yeah, so it looks like we're going to have to save up over 100,000 before it's enough of an upgrade to be worth our while. I think then we will go for the harvester blade as the next thing we work on. Because I want to say we could get a better harvester blade, header, whatever you want to call it, for around 60,000. So we could do that, and that would speed up the speed of the harvesting part of the process. But then we can plan to go for the bigger cedar and all that. That's going to be a whole thing. Let's go back. A $4 million planter doesn't miss that spot. No, correct. You go put your silly sub reward idea on Discord? Absolutely. That's what I want. Like, the worst case, we just don't do it. Like, that's the worst case scenario. We just don't do it. I mean, I guess the worst case scenario, if you're like, I couldn't imagine someone putting up something like truly, truly, truly awful, like the kind of suggestion there, like, yeah, you know that's like not okay, right? Like something that's like TOS or something where it's like, all right, don't do that. I couldn't imagine anything like that being a problem. But yeah, no, I want the silly ideas and all that, because like most likely the ideas will do for the if we do a daily sub goal reward or a weekly sub goal, more likely to be a silly thing. Like again, you know, the next stream I have to wear something, or you know, whatever. Yeah, silly ideas are some of the best dreams. Can I get a shout out for Hello, it's Lilo? For those who don't know, Hello, it's Lilo, another fantastic content creator on the platform. Definitely someone I'd recommend. Plays a lot of life sim / slice of lifestyle games. So The Sims 4 is kind of one of their big games they play. But they also play stuff like Coral Island, Stardew Valley, those kind of games and all that. So if you look for those style of games, you can find it all there. Also, one of the most talented people I've seen so far is designing stuff in The Sims 4. Like, when Hello It's Lilo makes a house in The Sims 4, it is an entirely believable, like, oh, I could see people actually having lived in that house kind of thing. Like, the furniture makes sense, the decor makes sense, versus I tend to be far more utilitarian, where I might add decor rarely, or if there's a, like, if the Sim's like, I want a vase, I'll shove a vase in the corner to make them happy. Yeah, so definitely recommend them. Very often, if I'm playing life sims, like that style of game, and it comes time to raid at the end of stream, there's a good chance I'm going to throw you that direction. Because I only have a handful of people who are on when stream ends that play life sims, and, you know, Hello It's Lilo makes excellent content. And he was like, stop it. But also don't. No. It's like, stop it, you're embarrassing. But also, don't. This is really good for my ego. No, but very genuinely, I recommend that channel. Done stuff like the 100 baby challenge. I look at that and I'm like, no. That's how you make The Sims not fun for me. No. I don't want all the babies. I haven't been able to catch one of your sim streams. What kind of challenge do you got going on? I saw like the entire 100 baby sims challenge kind of thing. But I didn't see what you had next. Like the next couple, I saw you were like you're designing houses, which was, you know, again, really cool. But I haven't seen what your next like run is. I mean, you might just be designing houses. That could be, which is not just. It's impressive because I know. Was it you have a redeem on your channel that you can design stuff for people? Gameplay is Not So Berry, which is a legacy challenge with goals to meet each generation. Okay, I didn't know that challenge. The only challenges I've done in The Sims was like the I forget what the name of the challenge is, where you start with like literally nothing, like you're homeless kind of nothing type situation. I think it's, you don't actually homeless, I think you have to have a home, but you have like an empty lot. Rags to Riches, yes, I did a Rags to Riches challenge. That's the only one I've done so far. Which was fun. With penniless pockets. Penniless pockets, that's right. Which then slowly turned into a, like, max sim kind of thing. The Sims is kind of funny in that there's always ways to make money. Like, you can just, like, literally dig through the trash. I mean, the digging through the trash is kind of overpowered because sometimes you'll pull out a perfectly good couch and be able to sell it for maximum, like, its full value, which you're not supposed to. It's a bug. Which we didn't do that. Like, I accidentally did that one time. I can't remember. We did something to get rid of the money I got from the furniture. But you can, like, dig stuff up. You can, like, you can just spam paintings and all that. When you don't have literally anything in your house, it's about all you can do is make money. The Sims lets you abuse it in a lot of ways to make money. It's just the early game when your character doesn't have a bed to sleep in, but all you do is just go to your neighbor's house and you sleep in their bed till they kick you out. You use their bath, their showers, and all that. You get them to feed you. There's no bathroom. Yeah, no, we would run over to our neighbor's house and use everything, and then work on whatever we were going to do. Like, I remember we went over to our neighbor's house, and because I had an arbitrary rule I gave myself that if they prompt you where it's like, you know, Penniless Pockets seems to enjoy drawing. Does Penniless Pockets like drawing? I always have to answer yes, but it's also true of like Penniless Pockets has decided she hates computers. Does Penniless Pockets hate computers? I also have to answer yes. And she was a very difficult person to deal with. Because we would start her being like, you're going to be a writer. And then she decided she hated writing. It's like, all right, well, I guess you're not going to be a writer. And then it's like, all right, well, you're going to go sing. And then she decided she hated singing. It's like, all right, well, I guess we're not going to do that. You're going to play musical instruments. Well, she decided she hates music. All right, come on. And even though I was deliberately trying to avoid painting because it's kind of the meme of that's what you do to make money, that's where we ended up because she decided she hated everything else. And then her kid was the opposite, where he ended up liking everything but like one thing. How's the fields? They're fielding. They're going well. We're planting a bunch of wheat so that we can turn into flour, so we can sell the flour for extra money. So that's all been going pretty well. We're looking longingly at the shop for a larger seeder, so it doesn't take as long. But our $1,300 is not enough for a $200,000 seeder. Small little hurdles to get over. But the good news, we'll be making a lot more money now, and then the plan is for probably the next couple of harvests to just upgrade our tech. Get bigger seeder. Which do you think is better, Sims 3 or 4? I mean, the tech in Sims 4 is better. Back when Sims 4 first came out, it was to me a step back because you lost all that extra content you got with the Sims 3 DLC. I haven't played Sims 3 in so long, I couldn't do a direct comparison, but I don't know. I would say at this point it's probably more feature rich, they've added more. That's always a difficult one when you go with the format of you release the game and add a billion DLC and then make a sequel. It's a real hard thing when you do the flip. Because inevitably you end up skimming down a lot of the content that came with the previous generation of the game. And also, I get real annoyed when I play a game and I buy a DLC that adds a feature and then the next version comes out and it doesn't have that content, and they make you buy that same feature again. That, I ended up not playing The Sims 4 for a long time because I was real salty about that. Enoch says, you prefer Sims 4 because of how the building works there? And building houses is always your favorite part of Sims? Yeah. As far as overall content, 4 is probably better now, but you still prefer 3. The big reason is nostalgia. But also the fact that for the loading screen between every location, you can't just run across the map. I don't even remember the loading screen between them. I imagine that's probably one of those things that, like, if you have it installed on, like, an SSD versus an HD, those kind of things, or, like, how much RAM you have, probably plays very heavily into how much that experience hits you one way or the other. Because I would imagine if you're not an SSD, those loading screens are probably very significant, versus if you're on an SSD, they didn't seem nearly as bad. Sims 4 was your first one. You got 3 now, but you haven't played it. Yeah, I don't feel the need to go back to 3. Like I said, when 4 first came out, I wound up, when I did play The Sims, I went back to 3, because there was just so much content that existed in 3 that was just missing in 4. So while 4 had systems it did better, it was like, oh, I can't have my people go to university. Oh, I can't have pets. Oh, I can't have this. Oh, I can't have that. These were all things that were already existing in my other game. Because you generally miss 4, except you miss finding the gems and seeds in 3. You liked finding new seeds and gems and being able to cut gems into different things. Yeah, there's definitely features that were in 3 that they never brought forward. But at the same time, there's also like features in 4 that, you know, they're newly added that are nice. Alright, we need to refill this thing again. Remain good progress. We have the tiny little field there and then the one field aside. And the field I'm on is one of my biggest fields. Actually, might be my biggest field. It's pretty close between this one and the one directly in front of me. I don't actually know which one's bigger. Alright, come on. Just finish this one field and I got top off the cedar. Alright. Yeah, like if you're talking like upon release, I would have said 3. But nowadays I'd say 4. Like I said, that's like the same thing that there's going on right now with City Skylines 2. Is in a lot of ways it does a lot of things objectively better than City Skylines 1. And this is not counting mods, to be clear. Because mods are something you add in after the fact. And then there's a whole bunch of stuff that just very genuinely is much better thought out for City Skylines 2. The issue is, while they did bring forward a lot of stuff that had been DLC, a lot of stuff also didn't get brought through. That said, I'm not unhappy about all of that. Like, the airport DLC in City Skylines 1 was one of the very few DLCs I've ever bought that is like, this I regret buying. Like, this is crap. I was real unhappy with the airport DLC for City Skylines 1. Whereas I liked most of the rest of it. Like, I liked parks, I liked industry, I liked all that. I liked the disaster one, but the airport was one I was like, nah, this is a miss. Like, this is a $2-3 DLC. I mean, actually, genuinely, I don't like the system to the point I deliberately exclude, like, don't use it. So I guess it's not even $2 or $3. I'd rather not have it. But because of the fact that there was a drop in some of the features and all that, there's a lot of systems that people really liked in the first City Skylines that just aren't there. They might get added later, they might do something different, who knows. I would like them to make their water physics less crap. That's my big ask for City Skylines. Even if you have to like put in a DLC where it's like they add an entire like water management thing, that like a whole extra layer to water management, like needing to have reservoirs and all sorts of stuff, whatever. Or like make an agricultural DLC if we want to keep it thematically with what we're playing. Do like an agricultural DLC for City Skylines where you actually have to set up not just circle that's a farm, but actually like the infrastructure for farms and everything, like properly make it, and have to deal with like overhead for like watering and all that kind of stuff, so you need more water for your place and reservoirs and all that. You like the giant pillar of sewage destroying your city, perfectly balanced? Yeah, no, that's the whole thing, is the water physics have always been a problem in City Skylines. I don't need it to be realistic. I don't need it to be that much. I need it to be slightly less terrible. There's a very big difference between those two. Because it's always a bummer when you play a game like that and you get like that grandiose idea of like, I'm gonna build this giant like dam lock system to make this like super city with this giant reservoir and do all this stuff. And then you realize in City Skylines, water just appears out of the ether in this like water generation spot. So if you dam the two ends of a river, it still has water in it somehow. Like after you've like pulled all the water out, it just regenerates. And you can be like, well, yeah, but rain. And it's like, right, but hear me out. Like, I can make a tiny little spot and put a bunch of pumps on it, and I would be able to pull all the water out. And you can do that, but you inch it back, and then you hit a spot, and just water appears. And you can map edit to fix it and all that, but that's not what I want. I want to just be like, source, place it results in. And if I block the source, the water's just gone. Until they did a little bit better with that kind of functionality, but it still is very not correct. You know, when you terraform too much, you reveal the water spawn spots, and water just pours out of nowhere. Yep. So I wish that was better. On that note, one of the games we have on the poll for games to play in the near future is Timberborn. And while their water physics are also not realistic, like there's a lot of practical shortcutting you do for that. It's way better than City Skylines, and it is a fun game because that is like your main system you engage with is water management. That you have to have like locks and dams and levees and all that to try and like build giant reservoirs so when drought rolls through that you can kind of slowly work through that water versus just having the drought hit wipe out all your crops and everything. Like I've played it a good couple times on the channel. It's always a good time. That's another one where it's like you get these like giant macro scale projects, but unless you're going to put in like a couple hundred hours, you know, you get over ambitious in what you want to accomplish. They're like, I'm going to build this giant like water system that I can pump all the water that shows up on the map in this giant reservoir to just have effectively unlimited water. And so you start building this monolithic system. But, you know, it's going to take your poor beavers like 100 in-game years to finish because you've just made it way too big. Sounds like Satisfactory for you? Oh yeah, Satisfactory, Factorio, all those games will let you do that. We're like, I want to build this giant system, and it's just going to take me forever where I have, you know, 50 of every type of productivity being done so that anything I want to put on the map, I can click a button, and the bots just zip across the map, and it's done. And the base, you know, the factory just sprawls more and more to get more and more resources to accommodate your ridiculous goal. I debated putting Satisfactory on the list. The only reason I didn't is we actually did Satisfactory not that long ago. Like, before Hardspace Shipbreaker and RimWorld and the other one, I want to say Satisfactory is only a couple games back. Like 4 or 5 games back. And I mean, we got that to, I think we were at nuclear power we were setting up. I know we had oil set up and all that. You know, and that's when viewership kind of started dropping off on the game. Which is something that I found that happens with a lot of those games. That once you start getting well enough established in it, it can kind of get a little bit repetitive. And then the other thing that happens is for new people, you're just so far into it, it's hard for them to get... Attached isn't the word. They don't get as interested in the run because they've already missed 90% of it. You got into the more grindy part of the run, and you missed all the earlier setup and trial and error and all that kind of stuff. But that happens in a lot of games. Especially in the ones that involve like logistics and automation, like Factorio and Satisfactory and Oxygen not included. So it is almost a thing that you do the early game. People tend to check that out, have a good time. Mid game is when people, like new people, stop showing up kind of around there in a meaningful level. And then when you start getting to like late game is when you start seeing a lot of people start dropping off. And that's actually one of the things I like about Factorio is there is actually a win condition. So you're like, okay, well, I'm going to get to this point. We'll just launch the rocket and then, you know, we're good. Like, we finish the thing next game. but like Satisfactory doesn't have a proper win condition. Oxygen not included does, but I feel like it's too far down the road a lot of times. So it is just kind of one of those things that those games are not, like, they're fine for streaming on the short to mid term, but the long term they tend to fall off. And Timberborn, I feel, also gets to the grindy phase a little bit earlier, so there's that. Yeah, no, Satisfactory is still early access, but like, how long has Satisfactory been in early access? There is a point where you're like, okay, you're early access, but like, really, this is effectively released. You're just adding more and more iteratively to it. Like, you're not, like, when something's in early access for 10 years, early access means nothing. Like, Project Zomboid is still early access last I looked. I'm pretty sure it's still early access. And that's those things, like, it's not early access, it's a finished game. They're just adding more and more. Oh yeah, no, yeah, Brain, they are actually going to be adding a story. They actually have items in the world you can find. They're clearly part of the story that say work in progress. That kind of thing. Yep. No, I get they're still adding this story, but to me it's also those things that, like, Satisfactory was early access for a good while, sure. But they kind of built out all the tech and all that. I'm like, okay, effectively at this point, the story update is just a way later update. But we've already had the discussion in the past many times about how early access is a meaningless term, release is a meaningless term, beta is a meaningless term, alpha is a meaningless term. That there's things they're supposed to mean, but for reasons outside the actual development cycle and where you're at, you are pressured to be in this, like, in this stage or that stage of development. The condition in Factory is also kind of a placeholder, since you earn usable in-game with the rocket starts. But now they're working on actual progression that's starting with the rocket, both mechanically and story-wise. Right. But that's kind of the whole thing, is literally the game gives you, like, you did the thing, you've won when you launched the rocket. But they had more bigger plans. But they've actually released Factorio. It's not early access. It is officially released. All the updates have happened at that are content updates in addition to the release thing. But yeah, so the official rocket is, you got your I-1 token. It is the official end of the game so far as, like, the story or whatever goes in the release version, and that we are going to be getting, I think they said it was going to be a DLC, that we are going to go to space. So it is a net addition content. It is a DLC that we're going to get more story. You know, Satisfactory is supposed to get a story. Like I said, they've got placeholder stuff in there that very, very clearly is meant to be part of the story, but you can't do anything with it yet. Yeah, the Factorio DLC is basically the space exploration mod, but more polished and completed. Yep. Oh no, I've had people ask me to play that space exploration mod many, many, many times. But very genuinely, mods that tend to be like sweeping changes kind of things to games, I tend to, like, those are the mods I tend to be the least likely to be wanting to engage with, because they do tend to be the mods that end up having the most issues, the most, like, have to deal with, like, corrupted save files or stability issues or balance issues or whatever you have. Like, about the only game I've done, like, the really, really heavy model to date, the really, really heavy mod to date on the channel was Starbound, or not Starbound, sorry, Stardew Valley. I did the Stardew Valley Vanilla Expanded and the Ridgeside Village mods, which were absolutely excellent and I highly recommend. But that said, the first time I attempted it, we actually got our save bricked in a soft lock, which just kind of reinforces why I don't I don't do it. Like, that to me was such a downer for the channel as a whole, was we had committed like 8 or 9 streams to that kind of thing. And then just have it get soft locked, like right at like the end of the Ridgeside Village story, was like just such a big letdown. Because I couldn't, like, there was no fixing it. The save was bricked. They had a bug that they, you know, I tried the workaround they had and it didn't work, and all I could do is move on to other games and circle back later. We did eventually circle back, and I was able to complete it, but that was like almost like 8 months to a year later I gave it another go, because I really wanted to, I was invested in the story, I wanted to see it through. And I've debated doing the Zombieland mod for RimWorld, which is kind of a sweeping one. But I've had a lot of people bring that one up. I've seen a lot of people play it, and it looks good and all that. I'm like, all right, I'll give it a go. I have a feeling it'll be one of those ones I only do once or twice, and then I probably put away again. But yeah, I also had Kenshi. We did, there was a bunch of mods that would expand a bunch of the areas that just didn't have anything on, and they were relatively well balanced in the past that I had researched. But they mod packed all of them because they were no longer being updated, because, you know, Kenshi's kind of fallen off so far as people actively modding or being involved in as much, which is fine. But as a result, it got put in those mod packs, and that ended up being a very sour note, because they had all sorts of overpowered craft that I didn't want in the game and all that came in the mod pack, and it was impossible to differentiate what was and wasn't part of the mod. I do like that a lot of games have started moving to, like, when you have an item in the game that there's somewhere you can look and be like, this broadsword, it came from the Melee Expanded mod pack. Those kind of things. Someone's also made a storyteller to go with Zombieland. I would be hesitant to go that far. I think literally I'm just going to take Zombieland and roll with it. Because I saw that there's like Zombieland Events mod, Storyteller mod, like Zombieland Expanded mod, and all that sort of stuff. Like, nah, I'll start with just the mod, and see what I think with that. Because that's a whole series you go down where suddenly you have 200 mods and your game doesn't run right and it takes 10 minutes to load. Is when you start going, well, this has a this and a this and a this. And then you spend 6 or 7 hours trying to troubleshoot your mods, figuring out which ones are doing what, why your events are happening at, you know, an extremely rapid rate, you know, that they shouldn't be, and why suddenly your character's AI is messing up. And I just have other things I'd like to do with my time. Like, almost anything. I used to do IT, and I still do software development from time to time. The last thing I want to do after all of that is do more troubleshooting. My job is troubleshooting. Outside of streaming, my job has been troubleshooting. I don't want to do that in my not work hours. When it comes to game time, I want to play games. Okay. How are we doing on the production here? Oh, our flower is full. Okay. I did not think we were going to be that far along. Okay, well, bear with me for a moment. I did not nearly expect that to fill up that fast. It's got 30,000 liters of flour in there. So, hold please, we're gonna just drop that cedar there real fast. That thing heckin' moves. I'm gonna have to put that thing to just sell as it's made. I'd rather not, because I get way more money if I don't do that. I think you can get warehouses that you can tell them to store it in the warehouse when they're done. But, you know, that's another thing to buy. I need to clean up all my tools, and I haven't. Or are you with your 10,000 plus mods not even loading? Yeah, no, Oh man, how big is a pallet of flour? Come on, you can appear. You got 24,000 units or 24,000 liters of flour in there. So it's 1,000. Oh, I can't even put more on there. Okay, well this is interesting. So I want to wait to sell these until the price is higher. Let's actually double check what the price is. So if we check our prices for flour, we're in September. It's near the bottom. We're looking to sell in January. So rather than sell it now, I'm literally just going to go over here and I'm going to say, hey, all you flour, get off. I need to clean up all this. I need to actually set up a proper yard for all my tools. Alright, so you should have a little over 2 more loads of that. We're gonna be making some serious cash. We're gonna be making some real serious cash. Wire yard when you have a garage? It's just a term, Strider. A tractor yard usually features a garage. It's usually an area that has, like, it can be dirt or gravel or whatever, but usually it's got, like, a concrete slab, has a garage, has, like, for some tools, just an overhang versus a full proper garage, because some tools are pretty big. That kind of thing. Alright, so there should be 2 more. Okay, cool. Let's go grab our cedar and get back to planting. We get to see how ridiculous payday is going to be. I feel like some of my math was wrong in how much we're getting with that, because that seems like way more than I was expecting. Which I'm okay with my math being wrong in the way of getting paid. I like when my math is wrong and it's saying, hey, you thought you're only going to make this much? Yeah, you're going to make, like, double that. It's like, go on. You're speaking my language. You say I make more money for the same amount of work. Oh, I'm just remembering. Oh, right. Alright. So, we're going to have to very quickly get the cedar in position. I forgot. I gotta get the fertilizer down in the fields. So I gotta play catch up with that. So I'm gonna go ahead and drop that off here. Get you moved over to... Honestly, this first, because remember there's that. We can get you to take over the fertilizer. We'll put a worker on the planter for right now. Keep that going, because that's my bottleneck for the moment. The good news, I should be able to catch up with the fertilizer relatively quick. I might end up having to sell some flour to be able to afford the fertilizer, though. Alright, so we got that taken care of. I'm going to take 2 seconds because I remembered where there's a tree stump I keep forgetting about. I'm going to grind that away, and I'm going to get the fertilizer set up. Because we want to get all this planted today so that we can harvest all this for in the future. There you are. And now you're not. I think we'll go back to piling this all on the hill. Just trying to get out of the way of, like, I mean, honestly, I could probably just move it farther up the other direction. Please tell me you got a decent amount in there. Not really. See how far this goes, but I'm probably going to have to, one day you'll break rocks? Probably not. Like I said, I'm more than likely going to shorten the field. I honestly want to keep the rocks on there to, keep things interesting. Like, I don't want the whole thing to be just, like, rolling hills with no trees or rocks or anything like that. I'll work around them a bit. One of the other things I'll probably do at some point is put up my streetlights. But right now, it's more important to get the things I need for making money. Because streetlights don't actually do anything. Oh, we're fine. I forgot how incredibly slow this thing actually uses the fertilizer. I think this entire... all these fields will end up using like 4 or 5% or something like that. I was sitting there going, ah, crap. I've got to get like an extra 3,200 or some nonsense. Can you use generators? What would I need the generator for? The game, there's no electric bill or anything. Oh, yeah. I could do that. I've opted to not build the wind turbines and solar panels. I don't know, for the spirit of the run, it feels like the meta strategy would be start your run, build the biggest solar panel you can with the trees you get, fast forward time, build another solar panel, fast forward time, build another solar panel, and then that would be the meta strat. And that would be an incredibly unsatisfying thing to do and watch and play. Just make a giant solar farm. Or wind farm, like, it doesn't really matter. Because it's a thing that effectively you pay one time to get infinite, like, just get X amount of wealth every single month. No real, like, there's an upkeep cost, but your profit literally just deletes the upkeep cost from the power generation. I will definitely have to sell flour tomorrow, if not today, to get more fertilizer. To do the second pass of fertilizer for these fields. But at least the price of flour will be a little bit higher tomorrow than it is today. But yeah, no, I don't think it's strictly against rules. Like, that's the thing. The Survivor Man challenge in the farming sim community doesn't have like super duper strictly written rules that say you must do this, you must do that, you must do this. It's more of a thematic challenge. Where it's like, yeah, generally you're not allowed to take leases or loans is kind of the common rule. The starting only with a chainsaw and no money is kind of thematically like the solid rule. But like whether or not you can lease vehicles, that is one that different people have different rules around it. Whether or not you can use like greenhouses or solar or generators, people have different rules around it. So to each kind of makes their own. Like honestly, there's one of the big creators on YouTube who has their Survivor Man challenge. It's just basically being on this map that they actually did give themselves $100,000 to start. Like that's after the tile purchase and everything. Which doesn't really follow what most people put for the challenge. But like I said, it's not a formalized challenge, so you can kind of do it how you want. It's kind of like Project Zomboid. There isn't like 0 to Hero is thematic. There isn't like here are the rules. The generally agreed upon rule with 0 to Hero and Project Zomboid is 0 strength, 0 fitness. But other than that, like people will do entirely different things, different world settings, different character settings, different traits, all that kind of stuff. And that's all fine. It was one of the reasons why people wanted to make it like a head-to-head competition between like myself and Cheese or myself and Lamprey and all that. And it was like kind of like, it's like, okay, like don't get me wrong, like we meme about who's getting the higher kill count, who's killing faster and sort of stuff like that. But all of us were running different settings, different mods and all that you could never really say, well, this person's doing better, this person's doing more, this person's doing this, because it's just very different world settings. I did get amused by people trying to instigate like drama between me and other creators that like I considered myself, or I do consider myself, friends with like the other creators that, you know, I shared communities with and Project Zomboid and all that. And people be like, yo, well, Jesus claiming he tied your thing. And like Cheese himself was like, yeah, no, you're on harder settings. It's like, yeah, but he got the big number. The settings don't matter after the early game a lot of the time. Like really Project Zomboid, once you're past the early game, the settings become fairly irrelevant. But they would try and stir a pot. You could see them almost, like you'd almost like visually see them get disappointed when they would try and like bait you into getting, you know, like they try to like bait you into like saying something to start stirring the pot, start some drama or whatever, and you could see them practically deflate when you're like, nah, it's fine, we've already talked about it. The Lamp and Buzz still refer to you as a great person and creator. Yeah, no, that's the thing. Like, if someone asks me, it's like, what do you think about Lamprey? I'd be like, Lamprey's fantastic. He's got a very good channel. He's a very excellent creator. One of the absolutely most knowledgeable players in Project Zomboid, holds the world record for the highest kill count run stream that has any kind of mods. And the only reason I say that is Rual with Cheese is the only one who has a truly modless run that they would hold the record for no mods. But even then, with Lampreys, it's like vanilla-esque. So I wouldn't like asterisk it or something like that. Like it is like just the record for the highest kill count run. And then, you know, Cheese has the highest kill count vanilla run. Which my record would have been in the same category as Lamprey's. It would not have been vanilla. Now, someone could have beaten Cheese's record. I haven't heard it, but I could see someone beating that record. Honestly, though, most people don't want to play without mods, so that's going to be the biggest thing preventing people from beating that record, is how few people will run truly no mods. You'll have a lot of people who run very little mods, which is where I put myself in, but like truly no mods, you won't have many people who will play Project Zomboid that way beyond, you know, short runs or early game or stuff like that. Alright. Okay. Do I sell... Alright. I'm not going to sell those big loads of flour. I'm going to sell just a small bit of flour. Just so we've already got on here. Because I am going to need the money. Because we got to fertilize the second time, and I can't afford it. And I'm also, like, not sure if the fertilizer we have is going to go through. So this does mean we're not getting our full value, but that's fine. But yeah, no, honestly, so it's been my experience that for the most part, when you're playing games that are kind of more niche, that generally speaking, individuals in those communities tend to be far more supportive, far more welcoming and open and that kind of stuff, versus creators, or not, I shouldn't say creators, it's not even about creators, versus communities that are in like very steeply competitive games, like, you know, League of Legends or first person shooters like, you know, Counter-Strike or Apex Legends or whatever. Like whatever the big games are, they do tend to be the ones that you deal with a lot more drama, a lot more toxicity. And that's not to say, you know, being in that category makes you a toxic person or anything like that. That's not the case. But so when you're talking about like a niche game like Project Zomboid, out of all the people I knew who played Project Zomboid, there was only one creator, which I won't say their name, and it wasn't anything to do with the Project Zomboid community, that I felt was kind of had a bit of a crap attitude. Oh, let's repair and gas up. Kind of have a crap attitude. But it was more about, like, stream etiquette kind of things. But, I mean, they weren't even, like, a long-term Project Zomboid streamer. There's some that they hopped in when things were hot, and then they moved on to the next thing, which is fine. That's what most people do. But, like, of all the other creators, I wouldn't say there's any that I felt, you know, had, like, problematic stuff or, you know, had, like, bad attitudes towards creation or anything like that, or their communities or whatever. Now, there's a couple of them that didn't get along, which we won't dig into that, but that's a different issue. Not really pertinent to what we got going on. Oh, that's just in good repair. Nice farming sim. You enjoy watching you play this? Super chill and relaxing? Yeah, no, it's, every so often on the Discord, under the, discussing stream, I'll have to come back with the cedar anyways. I forgot to get gas, it's fine. But, like, I'll post statistics for the channel, and on both YouTube and Twitch, Farming Sim has done very well for me lately. Like, it's not, like, on neither platform is it, like, the #1 game, but it's in, like, the top 5 on both of them for viewership, viewer retention, that kind of stuff. Very amusingly, right now on YouTube, Coral Island is absolutely killing it. Like, it's just been really doing well for itself. Alright, so I can get rid of you for just a minute. Like, I was looking for the people who did searches on YouTube and found my channel on YouTube. It was something like 95% or 97%, some like absurdly high percent. It was they were searching for Coral Island when they found the channel. Like not one person searching for Project Zomboid or Rimworld or anything like that. I had it was like Rise to Ruin. Someone like there was a whole search that brought people to the channel kind of thing. And I don't play Rise to Ruin. I've never played it, nor have I mentioned it on, like, this is the first time I mentioned it on stream, I believe. And that was what some people were finding my channel through. I'm like, how does that work? I'm assuming a game I played was the same genre as Rise to Ruin or something like that. Let's see. You're giving us insight to playing any game you try. That is your attractiveness? Yeah. You think it's like Rimworld? That's what I'm guessing, is it's similar enough to another game I have played on the channel that even though they weren't finding the content they were looking for, they found content that was close enough. It was also impressive that for the people who are clicking through to, like, you know, they're on YouTube and they're being recommended my videos, that most of my Coral Island videos are being, like, some of the videos recommended from people watching the Coral Island 1.0 release trailer, which is awesome to have. That's like, oh yeah, people looking at this game, like its main trailer, are finding my channel. Like, that's a cool thing. It's also impressive, the view counts, considering I did the math. I have 395 Project Zomboid videos on YouTube. Hey! Welcome in, Blind. Thanks so much for that raid. Can I get a shout out for Blind in real life? Blind IRL. For those who don't know, Blind, absolutely a fantastic content creator on the platform and a member of the Halcyon Frequency team. But plays a whole lot of Dwarf Fortress, other settlement builder games of that kind of style, among other things. So if you're ever looking for that kind of stuff, excellent times over there, good conversations, fun times over there. Highly recommend. I may or may not have been lurking and hanging out there earlier today, and I do see everyone saying they're going to drink my beer. Look, I did get a variety thing of beer for Christmas, and there is one or two in that variety I probably am not going to enjoy. So you're welcome to those two. And it's not that they're bad, they're just not my taste.
Take a sip.
The other 7, though.
What's the worst that could happen?
Don't touch them. Don't touch them. The other 7 are mine. I don't know how you're going to split those 2 beers between this many people, but I'm sure you can figure it out. But welcome in, Raiders. For all those that did pop in with a raid, what would you say was your favorite part of today's stream over there? Just a sip? Yeah, just a sip. I mean, even just a sip, when you got like 100+ people, just a sip adds up. But yeah, I should probably have one of those. Kabooming the mountain. Go on. Go on. Kabooming the mountain. How did we kaboom the mountain? And then the next question is, was it a deliberate kaboom or an unintended kaboom? You dropped the booty. Best part, Blind drops a mountain, then did it again in ASCII, then again a 3rd time. Fully intended? Gotcha. It's like, I have not heard of people kabooming the mountain. The booty dropped so hard it killed a man. So, admittedly, I have not played much Dwarf Fortress. I have certainly watched a decent amount of Dwarf Fortress. You did in fact cause collateral. So, like, am I understanding that, like, did you have the mountain to just, like, did you use, like, explosives to collapse support and it just came down? Like, me being not exactly as, cleared out 60 levels, then cut it. Oh, I see. So you gutted the mountain, and then you knocked out what little support was left, and then just watched. Excellent. That sounds... I'm honestly curious enough. Was that right at the end of the stream, or was that, like, midway through? Because I'm curious enough, I'm probably going to check the VOD to see what that looks like. Because I've never seen anyone do that in Dwarf Fortress. And now I'm curious. Want a clip? Sure. You'll probably have to DM it to Eonek. I have links turned off kind of thing. But I do not mind the link being posted. It's just, you know, Eonek will have to facilitate that. Oh, should work for VPs? You can try it. Yeah, I think we did try it. Yeah, you can try posting it. If the bot smacks you, then, you know, we could deal with it. Yeah, the bot said no. That said, I can actually get the clip. So if you bear with me for just a second. Okay. I will actually play that clip because I'm curious and I don't want to forget about it. By the way, chat, I found the pause button. Did you know there's a pause button? Cause I didn't know there was one. Where's my mouse? Oh, right, I have to hit Windows key to get out. So give me just 2 seconds. I am curious about this clip.
Okay.
All right, so first, full screen this. Let's stop our music for a moment, and we're gonna put this on display capture. So we're collapsing a mountain in Dwarf Fortress here. Let's get this forward so you don't see all the other junk going on.
I love the fact that there's a giant ass-shaped hole down here now. So I didn't expect this, but it looks like the boulders are scattering everywhere. It looks like a butt-shaped cloud.
It's like watching it like do the update little by little amuses me the most. I love when you run into this in games.
Looks like an ass. I'll do an instant replay of this. Don't worry, we'll see this more than once. Oh, Jesus Christ.
Crypt beer.
Oh, Dwarf Fortress. Never change. That's fun. I like that. Like, I enjoy watching Dwarf Fortress. It's not a game I could get into as much myself, unfortunately. We set at 0 frames per second for a minute. That's what I was thinking, is like, there's definitely times in games you do those like macro scale projects, and then you just go, okay, let's push the go button and just see what happens. And just watch everything grind to a halt and go, did we crash? Are we still going? That I did that a whole bunch in Hydroneer, which is not really that hard to do. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. But yeah, no, that's always fun when you get those like grand scale things and it's just like, let's hit go. The Dr. Robotnik meme of just like the big smile just going like over the button. Yeah, the game just sort of gives up for a little bit. Yeah, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. I haven't done a proper make a game hate existence in a while. We got a little bit of that with the Thrumbos in RimWorld, where it was a raid of like 71, or not a raid, a Manhunter pack of like 71 rabbits versus our Thrumbo. But it didn't get like full on slideshow. It just got a little upset. Not like there's a couple clips we have from Hydroneer where I went up and was like, oh no, what's happened? And I hit the like accidentally left click the little magnet wand thing, and just the whole game just stopped moving for a good 3-4 seconds, and it was getting like a frame every other second. It's like, oh no, I have messed up. Let's see. You're building a stack of ores, cornerstone and Hydroneer, and got about 2 walls tall. Then got the magnet wand too close, and once it got sad, it didn't continue. Yeah, no, mine definitely hitched real hard for a good like second and a half. I'm like, oh, have I killed it? And then it would slide, but it's like, all right, don't touch anything. We're just gonna sit here and just let physics settle down. It's fun when you get to do those things. That's honestly, those really grand scale projects are some of the big allure to so many of those style of games. Like one of the games they're talking about playing is Timberborn, and that's another one that I haven't slideshowed it. I haven't done anything that bad, but you can get those macro scale projects where you're just doing absurd shenanigans. Oh, for all those people popping in, I should probably introduce myself. So I am Rual Storge. I do play a variety of games here on Twitch, and I know I tell people this a lot. It's kind of my claim to fame is I'm most known for Project Zomboid. I used to hold the world record for the highest kill count run ever streamed in Project Zomboid at 135,121 zombies killed on one character in one life on harder than apocalypse settings with no mods to change itemization or vehicles. So I held that title for a while. That said, it has been beaten. But like that's the big thing. That said, I am a variety content creator. I also do play a whole range of different games. Like, I play a bunch of RimWorld. I've been playing a bunch of Farming Sim lately. I have been playing a bunch of Medieval Dynasty lately. I've done Hardspace Shipbreaker in the past. I've apparently forgotten how to actually turn on my seeders. I go flying through the field doing nothing. There we go. And we can go ahead and put a worker in there for 2 seconds while I remember that I need that tractor that the worker is using to do what it's going to do, so I'm not going to do that. I'll just keep doing this because they're trying to get all my wheat planted before the day's over because this is the planting season. I kind of think you should pick up Hardspace. Hardspace is wonderful. I would highly recommend it if you like methodical gameplay and a really good story. If you are someone who gets motion sickness or simulation style motion sickness in games, maybe watch some videos and see if it's a good time for you. It is 0G space stuff, so you are rotating in all axes. That stuff will drift around, and certainly for people with motion sickness, it can very easily be a bad time. Yeah. Blind Magic said I felt so sick playing Hardspace. Yeah, it is the one big negative. I mean, it's not even negative. It's the nature of the style game it is. I don't. So there's a lot of games you can make them so they're motion sick friendly. I don't know how you would do that in a game like Hardspace. Just like I don't know how you make a proper like in the cockpit space sim. I don't know how you can make that motion sick friendly. You can make it less bad. But yeah, no I think Head Bob does you in, but you play Space Engineers just fine. Gotcha. Yeah, no, there's like different styles of motion sick hit people differently. Elite was fine for you? Gotcha. Yeah, I played a lot of Elite. Elite's one of my most played games, Elite Dangerous. I've debated as just like a one-off thing breaking out an Elite stream. I don't know how I'd want to set that up because I have a full-on hands-on throttle and stick setup, but it takes over the whole desk when I do it. So I don't know how that would go. Elite is also one of the games, if you're looking for a decent VR experience, thank you for the follow, welcome to stream. Elite's pretty decent. Would I play Elite in VR all the time? No. Any game that you're going to be putting, like, sitting down and knocking out an 8-hour play session, no. VR 8 hours, no. No. Not even, like, motion sickness being one concern. But that aside, just having that thing suction to your head for that, not suction, but, like, stuck to your face that long, not really a good time. I was really hoping to have this done before it got dark. I'm trying to save up for a news. Let's turn it on. It works better when you do that. I was really hoping to have this done before it got dark. But this is the growing season, so we're just going to put up with it. It's the last field I have left to do. And I got to quickly put down the fertilizer, which shouldn't take long at all. And then we're good. Tomorrow will be very little effort we have to put in. Just a quick pass of fertilizer, and then we're done. Chico says, Elite or other cockpit things are probably the most you could do in VR. Since the third part doesn't work for you. Otherwise, you don't get the field. Yeah, generally, so the big danger when you're dealing with VR more than anything is anything that moves the player's camera without the player themselves doing it. As in, like, where you turn your head. Anything that takes control of your camera is a bad time in VR. Is a really, really, really bad time in VR. You could have a stomach of iron. It will get you. So games that you're in the cockpit or in a chair or something like that work really well. Because the camera is going to go where your head goes. So those tend to be pretty solid. There are games that do a little bit of stuff that you drift around that are also good. What is the name? Lone Echo? Is another really solid one as well. Hey, Diligent Goo. How's it going? Now that said, if you deal with motion sickness, don't buy VR. Try someone else's. Like, or try a demo for it or something before you buy, because most likely it won't be a good time for you. Sometimes people can handle it, but that is one of those things you don't want to spend several $100s and then realize all you're doing is speed running getting sick. That is per usual. And for those who don't know, Diligent Goo, another creator to check out. I believe you were playing Baldur's Gate 3 recently? Am I mixing up? Sorry, I'm not able to click on that window before it's going to be gone. VR is too expensive and needs too much space. Won't be worth it. Yeah, and that's the thing. I had a, I keep turning this thing off. I had a developer kit that I got for VR. As a software developer, I had to do some, well, I mean, I chose to do some development in VR for a project. So I have a developer kit for that. But since I've moved into this room for streaming and all that, I don't have the space for VR in here. It's just nothing. You're on and off vacation until next week currently? You need some rents, hence why it says Baldur's Gate 3 still. Gotcha. Speedrunning, toss of cookies, 9%. You've only been motion sick once, and I was after scuba diving in a muddy river. Yeah. On that subject of motion sick, I had a very interesting project. I've told this story before to my chat. If you heard it before, sorry or not sorry, whatever works for you. But so I got to work on a project that it was a research group that what they were trying to do is they had a bunch of different treatments they wanted to test for people dealing with motion sickness. That the idea is they were looking for better ways to help prevent people from getting motion sick, or when you do get motion sick, basically get to feeling better faster. Now, there's a catch with that. Motion sickness isn't a thing that, you know, you just go out, you find someone who's motion sickness, you know, sick, and you test it. No, you have to have a controlled situation where you can quantify and all that, which means we had to make people motion sick reliably and consistently to do the tests. And I wasn't on the medical side, the research side. I was just on the making the software side. All right, Blind, thank you again so much for the raid. You have yourself a solid dinner. So thank you again for the raid. It means a whole lot. But so what ended up happening is we had to come up with a way we could reliably and consistently get people pretty motion sick. Like, we wanted to make sure it was like consistently motion sick. And we used VR for that purpose. And what we did was you would have your camera. So you're looking through your VR. Whatever amount you turned your head, we would turn it twice as much. And then you just have it where, like, it'd play tones and there'd be like a little light, and there's like a skybox kind of background thing. So all you'd do is, like, you'd sit there, you'd look, you'd hear a sound over 45 to the right, and you'd turn your head and the camera would swing all the way to the side. And just doing that, it didn't take 5 minutes. It doesn't matter if you're someone who, like, never got motion sick normally. Do that for 5 minutes, you are not going to be doing okay. But to be fair, and what people are saying that's so mean, it's like, to be fair, these are people who they knew what they're signing up for. They're like, I am going to get incredibly motion sick to help research ways to make it better. They volunteered for it. They were fully informed what was going to happen. Like, these weren't people that we just grab someone off the street and be like, hey, $20 and you strap this thing on and, you know, we'll give you your $20. We didn't do anything like that. It was people saying, hey, we're going to be making you really motion sick. We've got a couple things we're going to try to help you out. That, you know, we're going to see if it helps. And of course, you had some people who are unfortunately in the control group who got nothing that was supposed to do anything, because you need a control group. But it was research. What was the results of research? I have no idea. I wrote the software on a contract, and once I wrote it, that was it for me. I finished my contract, I delivered what they needed, they gave me money, and that was that. So I have no idea if they did find any success or anything like that, but it was a very interesting project, because the first time I had to deliberately make something bad for a good cause. It was a time I had to take my knowledge of accessibility and say, what is the worst I can do? And it would so happen I can make it pretty bad if I want to. Did you feel motion sick just without hearing about how they tested it? Yeah. I couldn't imagine being anyone involved in that entire process. Would I sign up for it? No. No, absolutely not. I'm very thankful and proud of the people who were willing to subject themselves to that for a good cause. As much as I want to say I do things for good causes, that is one I don't think I would be willing to do more than, like, once. Yeah, there was a school doing various brain tests that you want to do, but you missed taking part of. Gotcha. The not related one gave you a brain scan out of it, so it was worth it at least. Yeah, I've heard of that, where they, like, monitor your various parts, like, you know, they're trying to do different studies, so, like, let's monitor different sections of your brain to, you know, look for whatever we're looking for, collect whatever data we're trying to collect, look for patterns, whatever. Oh my god, could I just actually not do that? That's like the 4th time I've not started the cedar before going to the field. Did you have to dial back the motion sick program? It was too effective? No. I mean, the functionality was there. That all they could do is they could reduce the amount. I mean, they could reduce the amount the camera would shift. But I mean, the idea was to get them properly motion sick. Like, really properly motion sick. To test, you know, things for treating it. Now, that said, did they run tests later with it toned down? Maybe, but from my knowledge, they were using it as is. Because, I mean, you could also reduce the motion sickness side of it by just not having them wear it as long. Generally speaking, motion sickness has a compounding effect where you can do something, even if you're someone who deals with motion sickness a little bit, and it starts to make you uncomfortable, and it just kind of keeps compounding on itself and getting worse and worse until either A, whatever the thing is, stops. I mean, that's ultimately what it is. Whatever the thing is stops. You'll keep getting worse and worse until you kind of, like, maxed out motion sick. Let's see, the Aromath multi-axis trainer pots actually usually does it pretty reliably. Yeah, no, there's a lot of things you can do it, but, like, getting, like, a proper, like, centrifuge or something to push people in on motion sickness is a very expensive way of dealing with it, that can't be scaled up well. Whereas, here, put on these budget VR glasses, like the cheapest VR we can find, go look at some dots for 5 minutes. Scales extremely well. If people want an equivalent, if you've ever had the eye test, where they put your eye on the thing, and, or sorry, yeah, the eye test where you sit there and it goes like, and there's like a fuzzy spot. It's kind of like that, but VR moving around. It just didn't have a fuzzy spot moving around. Which that, for those who don't know what that test is, I don't know if everywhere does that. It's you're supposed to hold your head perfectly straight and, like, look over at the dots, and it's checking for problems in your peripheral vision, is what that test is. Like, to see if you effectively have difficulty seeing out in the extremes. Or, like, how far your peripheral vision goes. I don't think they do that one super often. I think that's those ones you only get once in a while. Because hopefully your peripheral vision isn't changing at a significant rate in the short term. We're almost done flying to the field. Do you know the difference between augmented reality and virtual reality? If you can actually see a fixed point in the real environment versus totally artificial? So yeah, so VR, you are putting yourself into a virtual world. Like whatever it is, that there isn't the out, like, you are effectively trying to block out the outer, like, the outside world. Augmented reality is you're trying to take what is your world around you and add something to it. For just the very baseline kind of thing. Then that could be something useful, like you have a map app and it renders it on your glasses or whatever so that you can, walk around and be like, oh, you're going to turn left behind that building. Like, that's usually kind of the common example given for augmented reality, where you have the augmented reality where, you might sit there and look at, like, they've used augmented reality in manufacturing where you can look at different machines. It just highlights this machine, what its current running information is, like what temperature important parts are, and different, like, stats, like how many units moving, whatever. That would be augmented reality. Whereas virtual reality would be walking into a virtual manufacturing plant that does, like, you're not looking at the real thing. Now, you can get a really confusing that you could have a manufacturing plant that you're getting all those statistics, but you're going into a virtual world, a virtual representation of that manufacturing plant, which would be virtual reality, but as a representation of actual reality. But the point is being able to see the world or experience the world around you and then adding to it. Because technically augmented reality doesn't have to be visual. Like, you could have something where you have, like, an earpiece and it takes, like, it's artificially adding things to the environment around you. So, like, if you were walking down the road and you effectively had a headset going, turn left, that would arguably be a form of augmented reality. You are taking your reality and you are adding to it. Would a lot of people accept just basically having a speaker as augmented reality? Probably not. But it would technically qualify. You are augmenting your reality. Or, like, if you had someone, for example, there is a condition, I don't remember the name of it, whereas basically you have nerves in your body that are dedicated to detecting heat, so hot and cold, that they just don't work. I don't know much about condition beyond they just don't work. You could, in theory, have an augmented reality thing where they would wear, like, a haptic glove that had, like, thermistors in it, that when you touch something, like, it would vibrate the glove if it's hot, or, like, say hot or cold or whatever. And that would technically also qualify as a form of augmented reality. So you could have augmented touch. I mean, honestly, a lot of haptic feedback that isn't for, like, games and such would be a form of augmented reality. That said, most people, when they're talking augmented reality, they're almost always talking visual. Because I also feel like that's where you see the most common use cases, the most understandable use cases. Like, if someone shows you how to, like, to overlay a GPS on a screen in front of your eyes kind of thing, no one needs to explain to you the value of that. It's like, oh, I just have a map in front of me. Cool. I've played video games. I've seen the compass with the big arrow on the top. Versus, like, the nerve one I mentioned, you have to first explain that there's different kinds of nerves for, like, physical pain, heat, those kind of things. Deus Ex intensify. Oh yeah, like, the vast majority of, like, cybernetic augmentations that you see in video games, a lot of them would qualify as forms of augmented reality, if it has anything sensory about it. RoboCop's vision is augmented reality. All of it. From start to finish. That said, I actually do see, like, so far a lot of the use case for augmented reality has been kind of...
Thank you, Right, for subscribing for 24 months.
Thank you, Right, for the tier 1 sub. You'd sub the channel for 24 months. That's 2 heckin' years. I really do appreciate that that continued support. Good seeing you. But thanks so much. I hope you enjoy your advertisement previewing as well as access to the emotes. I do hope things have been going well for you, or as best as they can. But that's getting us closer and closer to, for those who don't know, at 160 sub points, we are going to do 2 Twitch integration streams. At 180, we will do, where I'll have a day that is my day off. That I'll be playing games on Discord if we hit that. That, like, anyone in the community is welcome to join. And at 200 sub points, we will be doing, like, a community something, like, it'll be a game, like, community game we'll do on stream, but, like, depending on the stream, it'll be a dedicated server, or I'll host it, or whatever. Doing well? I'm doing pretty good. Doing relatively good. Though, I did have to call in a fraud alert on my card, which was not my favorite earlier today. Found a fraudulent charge, so yay. That'll all be fine in the long run. It's just the short term, it means my card's deactivated for 5 days until we get a new one. So, yay, I hope I don't need to pay anything. I'll be fine either way. I'm not worried about it. Quick question. What would you classify as a VR rig versus an anime SAOAS? I have no idea what you mean by the second one. I have a feeling the second one is something from, like, not cartoons where, but, like, is not a thing that I have to worry about here. Alright, so let's see if I can figure out where the heck my fertilizer thing. Sword Art Online. Okay, well, one of those is a real thing and the other one's not. I hope that clears it up for you. Hey, Skillet, how's it going? Why? There we go. A whole bunch of people pop in here today. Good seeing you. Alright. So we have not done... Oh, wait, we did part of this field. I'm trying to finish getting this all set up before we end the day. It's really kind of hard to do this in the dark. So we're gonna have a pretty meh job of fertilizing these fields because I'm doing it without being able to see. Yeah, no, I've seen Sword Art Online. I don't know if they had like new seasons I haven't seen, probably, but like I saw the initial season or 2 or whatever it was. I enjoyed it. Just streaming these days, I don't have as much time to do watch a lot of stuff. All right, so let's line this back up. Is an awesome Christian rock band. So we're leveling in classic SOD. What class are you rolling? Classic SOD. Trying to think. I know the abbreviation SOD. I'm drawing a blank on that. Season of Discovery. I don't remember what that is. Oh, WoW Classic? Nah, I'm not playing WoW Classic. I had no interest in that. I had a really good time the first time, but nah, I'm good. I would more likely do WoW Hardcore, which I have brought that up once or twice in the channel if like people wanted to see me play that. But it didn't really get much traction. People didn't seem particularly interested. But yeah, no, I don't really have an interest in doing like reliving the nostalgia of the old Warcraft series that I played in the past. I've kind of learned that any game that I've got a lot of nostalgia to, if I end up playing it, I'm only going to play it for like maybe a month tops. And then I'll end up quitting before it's over. Like, the same thing happens with EVE, the same thing happens with World of Warcraft, same thing will probably happen if I play Warframe. Like, that's people banking in on my nostalgia, and I've learned just to not go... I'm just all over the place because I can't see, and I'm not using my GPS, which is in the bottom left. You can't see it under the sub-counter thing. Which will take a minute to update. Like, no negative to anyone who does play it, or anything like that. I've just learned games that I nostalgia over. Like, I won't go back and play like Counter-Strike either, even though like I have a lot of nostalgia for playing that back in the day with everyone. Okay, so let's repair everything. Let's gas up the tractor because it's at half a tank. And we'll get that all going. And then tomorrow I just need to fertilize everything. And then basically we just ride it out until we're ready to sell all the flour we're making. That'll be good because we won't be here at night trying to do stuff by completely ineffective headlights. Yeah, no, I played a lot of Warcraft over the years. You still can't remember the fact Vampire Survivors and Among Us did a collab? I know, right? Like, it was like, you know, Vampire Survivors doing a collab. I was like, okay, are they like actually going to collab with like Castlevania or one of the other Survivor games like Among Us? I'm like, what? How's that work? I haven't played it yet. It looks like silly fun. Alright, so we got all this repaired. The MMO you were in was RuneScape. I had gotten out when Skyrim first came out. Yeah, so I started with Ultima Online as my first MMO. And I don't want to think about the amount of time I put in that. And the next MMO I actually put real time into was World of Warcraft. At the same time as playing World of Warcraft, I got into EVE Online. And then I honestly kind of burned out on MMOs entirely. And that was like the daily quest grind of like, you know, getting your faction stuff and all that. And then like once I left MMOs, I kind of never really went back. Like I tried a few over the years, but all the ones I ended up trying, it was kind of those things I'd try it for a little while, and then I'd turn around and let's see if I can remember the button to open that. There we go. I tried for a little while, and then very quickly, I want you to be solid fertilizer. That did one tick, and I'm instantly, literally negative in the money. All right, well, I guess I didn't even get fertilizer. I didn't even get a full percent. That's a problem. All right, what we're gonna do is we're gonna grab some flour, put it on a pallet. We're gonna sell it. I don't like selling it early, but we're gonna sell it. And I'm just gonna buy the boxes of it. The economy is in shambles. I think it's because it literally didn't even register. I think because we didn't have enough money for a full unit. It took the unit, took the money and didn't give it to me, kind of thing. The thing that burned you out was guild production quotas. Oh, I have no idea about RuneScape. I've heard good things about RuneScape, but it's one of those ones that I never ended up trying. Wait, did I? Hang on, did I have fertilizer here? So there's the flour we've set aside already. So that's lime. Okay, no we didn't. Alright, yeah, so I just got seeds and fertilizer. Or sorry, seeds and lime. I need fertilizer. But we're gonna do real fast. Because I'm worried if I don't like if I have like a negative balance of money kind of thing, that the building won't produce. Because it wouldn't make sense for people to work for being unpaid in the game. So I'm not looking to try and get a lot of money. I need to move all this crap. I know I've said that like 4 times. But I need to clear the way. I could actually get in here to my grain mill without it being a huge hassle. Alright. But yeah, no, for me it was World of Warcraft. It was kind of when you got to like the daily quest grind, that's when I tend to burn out. Like I would go really hard at it for a while. But then when it got to just like grinding dailies, I was just never a fan of it. Like I put up with it a while, but it's like every update, whatever you want to call, my tolerance for dailies got to be less and less and less. And they would always lock so many important things behind them. Which, you know, it makes sense. As an MMO, you have to have people logging into your game regularly to get people excited about playing and yada yada yada. So you couldn't you couldn't just not have something to draw them back again and again. I just didn't like the system of kind of like make you play, do the boring thing, and repeat it. Because it was just... Wait, what are you? Okay, there's apparently a big container of solid fertilizer right there. Alright, I'm really confused by that, but okay. That's what I'm guessing, is I'm guessing it kicked it out for some reason. I don't know why. But okay. So I'm not going to worry about running back up there to grab it this in-game day. We're just going to drop this off here. And go to sleep in our wonderful, glorious home with our wood fire stove. Don't sleep in the bed in our MREs. Living the good life. Because we've been doing the Survivor Man challenge and all that good stuff. Sooner or later we'll actually get a farmhouse where we're not living in this thing anymore. But right now I got more important things, like farming equipment to make me more money. Alright, how are our greenhouses doing? Do those need water yet? These don't need water. Alright, they're okay for a little bit longer. We are processing our oats relatively quickly. Okay. So let's grab this. And see if we can't go up there and pick up that fertilizer. Because I need to do another pass on the fertilizer in the fields. And I'd rather not have to sell more of the flour. Because we're waiting for it to be the good time of year to sell it. Flour is worth the most at the very beginning of February, the very end of January. So we want to make that happen. And of course, our flour is definitely totally fine being outside in the yard where it's going to rain today. Don't worry about it. It's fine. It actually is fine, but logically it shouldn't be fine. Sure. At least I actually got some fertilizer. Ooh, that's not going to be enough. I can afford it. Okay, that fertilizer, these 2 containers, should be enough to do my fields. All right. Yeah, I gotta check where we're at with the sub points so far as our monthly milestones, whatever you want to call them, for unlocking the things. Because we started the stream at 142 of the 160 we needed, and I'm pretty sure we've had at least 4 subs today during the stream. But we'll figure it out. And for the record, if people are wondering when that is, the fall off of that is at the end of the month. So like when New Year's hits, if we're not over at, that's when it resets. All right, get this all set up to start handling this field, and it's just a thing of basically rewarding for hitting certain milestones and all that. We were at 168 sub points last month. So I set the first benchmark to 160 sub points. So, sorry, that's not true. We were at 168 last month. We set it for 160, but I actually came up with 160 because I took the last 6-month average sub points, took out the outlier, and rounded down. That way, if we have like 1 month where we absolutely kill it, it doesn't throw the entire numbers off in some huge way where now we're, asking for 400 or 500 sub points or some nonsense that we know we're not going to be able to hit with the audience we have. Like, I don't want to be into that situation. I want to be very fair about it. But it's doing something nice for free note to like thank everyone for the support and all that. Okay. And I know I've also mentioned a bunch of times, but we do have a poll going on the Discord and the polls channel for games you'd like to see on the channel. We got a list of, it's something like 9 or 10 games that we're having a vote between. So if you do want to have any input on what's played on the channel in the future, that's where you can do it. You can always also make game suggestions, the game suggestions channel, and all that kind of stuff. But we are having that vote because we did finish our big RimWorld run. We were doing a transhumanist tribe in an Arco Nexus run. We won that yesterday, so that is done. And so I still have Medieval Dynasty and then this going on the channel at the moment, and I'm looking for a third game to put in there for like the long-term format, and we'll go with that. I do think so. Yeah. So tomorrow we'll have the stream at the regular time. I do think, I don't know what game we'll play out of these two, but one of the games we'll play is While the Iron's Hot. I got a key for that for Dare Drop that I've been putting off doing for entirely too long. So I need to circle back and get that done. But that is a adventure game, like 2D pixel art adventure game, that you are a blacksmith, and you do blacksmith things, as you'd expect a blacksmith to do. And it's pretty cool. We did the what is it? The demo during Next Fest and had a good time with it. This is the full game that they released. Like, not early access or anything, it's just out, it's done, it's released. So we're gonna go ahead and do that probably tomorrow, because I keep putting it off and I need to get it knocked out, because I did accept the key and installed it and everything, and generally if you're gonna do that, you should at least play it. So we'll get that done. And otherwise, either play more of this or Medieval Dynasty. Unless I like look at the poll after stream and it's something like very clearly we have a winner, then maybe I'll just take the winner. Of what we've got going on in the polls and all that, and get that taken care of. Yeah, so right now we're fertilizing the field. Generally speaking, you need to fertilize each field twice. Like, and you can't do it twice back to back. You have to do like once, wait a day, do the next round. And that'll massively improve the amount of yield you get, which means more money. And we like money. Money is awesome. Oh, I never mentioned what the Survivor Man Challenge was since we had the raid. At least I don't think I did. For those who don't know what the Survivor Man Challenge is in Farm Sim, basically you start with a chainsaw, $0 and a dream, and you make it work. So you start with as little as possible, and you build up an actual farm. And so we're making pretty good progress. I've got 5 decent-sized fields now. I've got the granary going there, which I'm really excited to get like the actual proper first payout out of it. Like we've been dipping into it just a little bit here and there to make ends meet, because we spent all our money building the thing. But we should be getting about 1.5 times as much money we've been getting per harvest when we actually do the big sale in February. So that'll be excellent. We also, I gave myself, there's that bus on there. That's just a place you could sleep to fast forward time. And I gave myself the truck there. And that was just so you didn't have to watch me carry one piece of log at a time. But I gave myself the rule that I'm not allowed to sell the truck to just give myself instant cash, because that kind of goes against the theme of the run. And then on top of all that, I'm not allowed to take loans and I'm not allowed to lease things. So I can't borrow any money. I just got to deal with what I got. It's going to be close in this fertilizer. But the current priorities of what we're working on right now, other than just maintaining fields and making money, is I am trying to save up enough money to get myself a better harvester, a better seeder, and a couple other things. That way, when it comes to time to, like, switch out our fields and all that, I can actually get that done in a timely manner. Because where we're at right now is it takes me basically the entirety of a full day to plant all my fields. So I barely get it done in time. So I can't justify buying another tile of the map to add more fields, because I wouldn't be able to get them done in time. You know, it'd be one of those things I could also swap out the crop, but I do think it's worth the time investment now to upgrade our tools. The downside is the cedar I want, which I won't be able to get, is like it's like $200,000, which is certainly not in our $33 budget range right now. But that said, there's a couple that are closer to 100,000 that'd be good. The harvester might be the first one because while it's not as impactful, it only is like $60,000, so I can get it much faster, and that'll still mean I can get more done in a day. And we'll go around the other way. I think we might end up having enough fertilizer, but it's just barely enough. Yeah, downside is fertilizer's heckin' expensive. It's worth it, it'll pay for itself, but also it's heckin' expensive. Okay, then we got just the one last field to the right, and then we're basically done with this in-game day. I didn't check to see what was on sale today. Not that it matters. I mean, it'd be nicer to get a larger... Oh, that's not a water tank, that's a silage. Or slurry, or whatever it is, tank. That's the other thing, is pretty soon my greenhouses are going to run out of water. I'm going to have to buy more water to fill them. It's not super expensive, but it's not literally nothing. That's another thing I got to worry about. I'm doing a terrible job with this one. I'm going to have to sell more. Let's sell stuff from the greenhouse today versus the flower. Because the flower will ultimately be worth more. We'll sell a pile of stuff from the greenhouse. That way I know we still have our operating costs covered for our greenhouses and all that. If I do have enough money after that, I'll top off the water in our greenhouses real fast. If not, you know, whatever. We can just deal with that when we get here. When we get there, kind of thing. Alright, last section of the last field, and then we're done fertilizing until we have to harvest this. So with our timeline and what we've got going on, we don't harvest the wheat until July, so we got a long time till that. The flour we sell in January and February, and the strawberries and all that we sell... Yes, February for that. Where's the flour? Yeah, so the flour sells in January, the greenhouse sells in February. All the greenhouse goods. Cool, so we're just going to drop you off right there. Grab this to go get stuff out of the greenhouses. And after that, it looks like the flour production has filled up its output, so we'll go ahead and grab all those to drop off. Not for sale, but to stash short term. It does feel like ultimately I'm going to need to build a warehouse and tell them to put all that stuff in the warehouse. Okay, that's basically everything you've got for the moment. Alright, so we've got that set from that greenhouse. Basically, we're growing in the greenhouses tomatoes, strawberries, and lettuce. Oh, you did a terrible job stacking that. Excellent. That is definitely well done. Definitely nothing to ask questions about here. You did a good job. Okay. But yeah, so we've since we started, we doubled the area. We have our land. Actually, was it double or triple? It was double, right? Yeah, so we doubled the land we started with. We built this road that goes over here. We've got our 5 fields that we've got working. We built 2 greenhouses. We've got 3 tractors. We've got a bunch of random equipment for handling all our fields. We got our granary. So we're doing good. We're doing proper good. All right. And now it is payday. This one's not going to be worth nearly as much, unfortunately. But that's okay. It'll be a couple thousand. That's more than enough. All right, 2,811 bucks. I'm hoping the flour ends up being really solid for us. I haven't looked at the cost of the warehouses. That might be something to consider, is putting a warehouse next to the granary. Then just again have it where we just dump all that stuff in there until it's time to sell. Because right now I'm just hucking it out in the field. Alright, so you have 2 more pallets that'll pop out. Come on. You can do it. Alright, so we've got everything out of there. I don't have anything else to feed into it. So if we're checking on our production stuff, you are both getting low on water. That is getting low on oats, but we are making good progress. We're definitely eventually going to want to probably grow all of those, because it looks like each of them gets their own storage. So if we were to sit there and, you know, fill it up with wheat and barley and oat and sorghum, in theory we'd be able to, like, really just lean in on that production to an extreme extent. That said, clearly I didn't even grow enough oats to overload in just that. So that's going to be at least when we have, like, 4 or 5 tiles. We'll probably end up, our next field we make is just going to be one giant field for whatever crop we go to put in there. And try and have it offset to be a different crop with a slightly different date than the rest. Alright, so, things I need to do today? Absolutely nothing. I am just going to check on the water. So the water is getting into the red, so we'll try and top off the water here real fast a little bit. I don't expect to be able to fill these all the way up or anything like that, but we're going to top them off as much as we can. Yeah, because I want to say the tank on this thing carries, was it 6,000 or 8,000? I think it was 8,000. And those buildings, I think, can carry up to 20,000. And as you can see, our money just skyrocketing down as we're paying for all this water. I'm simultaneously filling and emptying this thing out into the greenhouse. What I can do in the meantime is while that fills up, got our next truckload of flour to set aside. So we can make sure we keep emptying that thing out so it doesn't fill up. Just watching that money plummet. Alright, so we've got our last two that are popping out of there. And then basically the grain mill has nothing left to do. We've ran out of oats to process. Alright, so let's make sure we take this and put in the other one. Then we'll hold off trying to fill it up more. Because I don't have the budget for it right now. But that's okay. We only got a couple more in-game days, and then it's money time. So we'll get to see what effectively 4 whole loads of flour sells for. Alright, and that's all we can do for right now, so we go back to sleep. And we'll see what we're at, because I wasn't paying attention to how much money it's taking from me per day. Okay, so it's only taking about $280 from me per day. There's nothing left for me to do today in game. I don't really have the money to do anything else. And when we wake up, I believe it is sale time for the flour, which is the one we're expecting to get our big payoff. I'm gonna be really disappointed if it's not a big payoff, because it's supposed to be. Like, we're expecting to get like 20,000 plus out of it.
Your greed will be your downfall.
Yeah, okay, so those are all fine. You've got nothing left in there that we care about. Flour. So it is the end of January. The end of January, the beginning of February is when the flour. So we actually want to wait to the end of the day, not the beginning. Whereas the other stuff here is also the end of January. It just stays consistent throughout February. Okay. January 31st sale, basically. Now, the reality of how I'm going to facilitate this is we're not going to actually wait to the end of January. What we're going to do is I'm going to go ahead and set the next day, and we're going to start our day in February and immediately start selling. Actually going to do this. We'll wake up early. Because where you saw that bar going down, the line is what it's at the end of the day. So if we just do all the sales right at the beginning of the day, it'll be about as high as we're realistically going to get it. Turn out the headlight. Alright, we got 4 loads of this to sell. And then we'll sell the stuff from the greenhouse. And then we'll top off the water at the greenhouse, and then whatever's left over after that is basically the money we've got just, to spend on whatever we need to. All right. So what do we think 4 loads of this? I'm gonna say. I'm gonna be optimistic and say $32,000. I don't think it's gonna actually be that high, but I'm gonna say $32,000 for all 4 pallets. Not just this one. All 4. It's not going to be that much. If that holds true, it'll be about 24,000, 25,000. Which is still not bad. Maybe we'll start making it a point that every single time, like, I finish a load, I add a street light. Because I want to say the street lights are like 5,000 each. So every time I like do a big cash out, we take like 1 light and set it up or something so we can eventually get this area lit up so I can see what the heck I'm doing. Okay. One of the later purchases, eventually we'll want to get the semi, because I believe that'll carry even more stuff. Get the semi truck and the back. It'll also go faster because I can go faster than 32. And it is one of those things, if we ever get to the point that I can't actually facilitate running this all back, you can sell it directly from the grain mill. But it'll sell it as it becomes available kind of thing. Which means you're going to get the lower rates. And plus it always usually... It basically cuts your margins really badly to do it that way. Oh no! No, did I do my math wrong? So we got 4 sets. 16... No, it's going to actually be 32. Well, actually it's going to be slightly over 32. It's going to be like 33. Right, because 8 times 4 is definitely not 24. That's 8 times 3. So it's on the money with my first guess. Neat. And then we also get to throw a little bit of the greenhouse stuff on top. So then I gotta decide, do I... Like, what do I... Like, do I save up for the planter? Like, do a whole extra season with what I've got tool-wise? And try and save up for the planter? Do I get a decent upgrade on my harvester, but not really where I want to take it? Or do we save? Because if we buy it early, it basically means I lose a bunch of money towards, like, the bigger one, which is ultimately what I want. But we can potentially, like, so it delays me getting the biggest one, but it makes our situation a little bit easier in the shorter term. All right. One of the other things they'll want to build is the bakery. Now, what I don't know is I don't think I've done any production lines where I need to put multiple inputs for one output. So I'm not entirely sure how that works. I wish I could kind of see the recipes for the bakery to begin with. Like, I know all the different ingredients it accepts, but like for making the bread, do I have to have everything? Or if I have some of the stuff, do I get, like, not as much money out of it or whatever? I mean, in real life, obviously, if you don't have, like, eggs or whatever to make bread, you don't get to make bread. But also, video game. Okay, another 8,000 and some change gonna be going for sale. Get us to 30, basically 33,000. Then we'll grab whatever we got. I have no idea where the greenhouses are. We cleaned them out quite a bit just to keep things moving to get ready for the next session. And the whole reason why I'm struggling with money is I spent literally every dime we had on the granary so that we could get the multiplier so far as our cash. Yep, basically 33,000. That's nice. We'll probably make at least 1,000 or two more. I'd say you might want to snag a warehouse. The thing with the warehouse, I can kind of work around the warehouse for right now, and that's not that big a deal. Whereas if I get the better planter and the better harvester, I can handle more fields. And if I can handle more fields, I can justify buying the next tile to build more fields to just, you know, add to our profit per season or whatever. Which is the thing that gets us moving faster and faster and faster, is the more and more I can increase my profit rates, the more and more I can build up faster. Because eventually we'll get to the point where I'll end up buying multiple good tractors, and that way I can have, like, the AI can be like, okay, you go harvest that field, or not harvest, that wouldn't be a tractor. Like, you go plow that field, I'm going to go run over here and do this thing. We're going to put stuff on the ground. That's what we did the last season. There's no penalty for it. It's less convenient, but it is an action with no negative consequence. Alright, so you have, what? That's 500 liters? Yeah, so that'll be the last out of this. Like, it's kind of the real world. Obviously, you wouldn't leave pallets of flour out in the rain unless you really wanted to lose a lot of money. But in this game, there's just no consequence for it, so it doesn't matter. Your goods being damaged, like when your goods are palletized, they don't get damaged by age or water or anything. Like, these are pallets of strawberries. In real life, you leave a pallet of strawberry out in the sun for, you know, 5-6 months or something like that. What you get on the other side is not going to be edible. I wonder if that's actually going to be able to stack, or I'm going to have to kick it out and try again. I was afraid of. Alright, so we're going to try... Sometimes the universal autoloader is not the best. We'll try stacking it again. I mean, honestly, half the recommendations I get are stuff that, like, doesn't actually help financially. Really? Okay, we can deal with that. Can we deal with that? No, you're too heavy. I can't pick you up. Can I spit this all out? No. Universal autoloader. Why you gotta be like this? Oh, is it just a Halcyon? First team I was ever on in Counter-Strike, Halcyon? Spent hours explaining the word to others. Yeah, no, I'm, this is a Halcyon, like, we're on Halcyon Frequency team and everything. We joined that up. That was just been a couple days ago. But, like, just right before Christmas Eve. But, I don't think that's anything to do with, like, a, Counter-Strike team or anything like that. I don't believe that's the past of this at all. Halcyon's a word that's been used in a lot of things. Man, I'm very happy to be part of the team and all that good stuff. But it is a stream team and whatnot. Oh no, just a word? Yeah, no, Halcyon's used in a lot of things. It's used a lot in sci-fi, honestly. A lot of things get to be named the Halcyon. All right, we had one full load out of the greenhouses as well, so that should be another 6 or 8,000. It really depends on what I actually have on here. Looks like this is primarily strawberries, which isn't like per unit is the lowest of them versus the lettuce is per unit the highest. But strawberries produce more. That is nice. Bring in all that money. Are we gonna break 40,000? I don't think so. Oh, we might. It's gonna be really close. Not quite. Alright, is there anything worth buying right now? The things we want to really consider is, first of all, let's look at our cedar. How is our cedar looking here? So we have this one. I can't even afford the next one larger, so that's the thing. Because ours is 3 meters, and this just has a higher volume. I don't really care about that. It also has this also has a second function. I can't remember what the second function is. That's 4 meters, so the tiniest bit larger. That's 6 meters, so 67,000 gives me one that's twice as wide. And then for getting larger, you can see the price jumps considerably. 12 meters is the largest, so... Was it 12? No, it's 15. Yeah, so largest is 206,000, 12 meters is that. I'd like to get at least the 12 meter, but 6 I'm willing to accept. So it's looking like 50,000. But that doesn't have its own capacity on it. I need a separate machine for that one. So it's 50,000, but really it's like 60-something thousand. Versus this other one that was 6 meters, also doesn't have a thing. Okay, I see. So both those, it's actually like 68,000 for the wider one there. That's also 3 meters. Oh yeah, that's the thing that we can, this is the one that lets me bypass needing to plow. You can do what's known as drilling. But then I gotta fight weeds. Yeah, that's what these are all the drilling ones. Alright. Sadly, you don't have a capacity higher. Okay, so I think for the cedar, honestly, if I'm gonna save up to like the 67,000, I'm just gonna go up to like the 72,000 for the 9 meter wide one. Because when it comes to the next bigger ones, like these ones here, the jump, actually, was that 9 meter? Oh, that one's larger than that one. Okay. This one already has its own capacity thing here. Yeah, so we can go for this one. That'll be 9 meters it'll let us do. But we will have to get the thing for carrying seeds separately. So it's actually going to be... where is it? It's actually going to be about 90,000. So 90,000 is the cedar we're going to aim for. But we're not ready for that yet. So we're going to check the headers here. I just want a big one. So that's not in our budget. What do we have right now? We have the 25, so that's 5 meters. I think we save. Yeah, if we save like another year, we can more than double the size. Yeah, so as much as I want to get these, if I could save up, we can get the 15.2 meter wide one. Just save up for like the 100,000 or whatever. Yeah, we save. As much as I don't want to sit here and have to do like the smaller cut and everything. Like honestly, if I'm making 40,000-ish per season, it's probably close to 30 after we have all our expenses. It would make sense to go for 2 more seasons or something like that, than to turn around and just try and like buy one that makes it slightly better now, to then have like 5 seasons I have to go to get it. So I think it is safe. Just get the biggest one and be done with it. Alright, so we go ahead and get rid of that. In the meantime, I want to top off the water in the greenhouses, because that's one thing I need to do. We'll need to get more fertilizer. That'll be another thing we need to do. I also need to get a roller, which is 50,000. Let's check the discounts. We might get lucky. That's a cultivator. Because if we get lucky, we might end up having one of those machines we want on the used stuff list, and then you can get it for like 40% off, half off, and that would be amazing. Like if I can get like a middle-sized one half off, I'll do that because it means I lose half a season's worth of produce or half a season's worth of profit to buy it. You can organize your tools? Yes. Oh, you mean for something to do? Yeah, I can organize my tools. I think I'm going to move them back over here just so they're out of the way of the greenhouse. I was ultimately going to put them over there as, like, the location is going to leave stuff, but it really is kind of just in the way. Hey, it's just Jess. How's it going? And, it is one of those things that I could, like, sell some of my older stuff, but honestly, I won't get very much for it. Until they've gotten to the point that maintaining them just isn't worth it. Like, this little tractor, all it does is drag the water around, but I can keep it right here, so that actually is kind of really helpful to be sitting right here. And it doesn't really need a bigger tractor. Like, maybe down the road if I just... Like, what might end up happening is when this tractor gets to a point where I don't want to deal with the maintenance on it, I could turn around, sell the little tractor, take my little 100 horsepower tractor, and put it on this instead. And, you know, get more that way. Alright. Meanwhile, let's check. How much is the warehouse? Bulk store materials. Yes, those... Vehicles and tools, vehicles and tools. Silo extensions. That's a manure heap. Store crops. Store hay and straw. Okay, so that is a bale and pallet storage. This building can be used to store your bales and pallets. Okay, that lets me store 250 of those. That actually would be... Oh, how big are you? That actually does make a lot of sense for us. To put it somewhere over here. Yeah, there isn't a bigger one, because 250, that's 29,000, which would eat up most of our money for this one. But that delays us getting all of our tools. You hate people on Facebook? You only use Facebook for your family? Minuscule brains, like, argue with me about in your mom's post. It's like block trolls. Yeah. I'm going back and forth whether or not I'm getting that. Because I wouldn't even say it's common sense. It'll be a convenience thing. It won't increase our profit. It'll literally actually make our profit lower. because I'll have to pay the maintenance on the building. So it does save me effort, but it does not save me time. It does not, sorry, it does save you time. It doesn't improve my margins. It hurts my margins. It's not going to hurt them enough to really matter. But what it does do is it sets me back pretty much an entire harvest's worth of profit. For something that doesn't actually make me any money. And I'm going to move all our equipment over here real fast. Well, possibly the extra field. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Is we wait to do the warehouse until we get things moved over. You can never put can't in anything correctly. So I'm just going to quickly try and move some of the stuff over here. I'm not too worried about being super organized. All I'm trying to do is make it so it's not clumped up. That said, the wheat might actually give us more money. How much more? I don't know. I know it's about 1.5 times what the wheat would give me by itself, putting in the granary. But we'll figure it out. You have this game? It's a good game. Alright, this doesn't need to be perfect. I'm just trying to get stuff out of the way enough it's not a hassle. Alright. And with that, we've got everything we can do today done. We sold all things, we made all the money. We're gonna watch the sales at the store and see if we get lucky and we can snag like a better header for our harvester on the cheap, or a better seeder, something of that nature. Or honestly, if I can catch a sprayer on the cheap, that would be worth us grabbing it, even if it doesn't immediately help us. It'll get us set up for other things. So I'm waiting until July, right? Yeah, July is harvest day. So what are the discounts right now? That's a cultivator. Got a thing for cutting down trees with the tractor. All of that is a big old nope. Actually, 1 second. Yeah, it's all fine. Like, don't get me wrong, that warehouse will be a massive convenience, but it isn't a thing that actually helps us financially. Oh, that was fast. So yeah. Oh, I'm still in the same month, aren't I? Yeah. That's why I didn't actually go ahead in the month. I just have to wait a second for it to update. We just went back to sleep and said, I want to wake up at, 2 hours from now. Our character just went snooze. Alright. The Discaro. Oh, it's a shame I don't have the money. That's in the bigger ones. Sadly, we can't make that work. There's not a way I can get the money I need for it. And you aren't even backed up yet. But yeah, no, Farm Sim is a nice, fun game. It's a very relaxing game. One of the nice things about it, though, is especially if you choose a map that doesn't have all the farms built for you to beginning with, you do get to, like, watch as your farm expands and does all that stuff, and how you kind of change the map and whatnot. Yeah, so you're still good on water and all that. cultivator, disc harrows. So we've got ourselves a real big harvester, but unfortunately way outside our budget. Double checking. 2 more in-game months. Later on, I'll have a whole variety of crops to deal with and animals and all that. That we won't end up like just sleeping through 6 months of the year waiting for our crops to grow. That's, I know some of the people who have been making videos and streaming this, they started turning off where you have, like, actual seasons. So you can just grow stuff whenever you want. But, you know, that's fine. It's such a shame. Because that would be... It'd be a better header. Not great, but it'd be a better one for us. But we don't have the money. It is what it is. Yeah, so we are starting to store stuff in those. Season is the man's way. I mean, but it's one of those things, like, okay, you know, is this the content you wanted, chat? Is this what you wanted to see? Because if I didn't have seasons, I could plant one wheat field a day, then the next wheat field the next day, and like kind of go through a rotation. So each day I'm dealing with a wheat field. Alright. So yes, those are all fine. But what it is, chat, is it's time to get the harvester, which I just remembered I left unrepaired and ungassed up because we couldn't afford to repair it and gas it up the last time. But we're going to go ahead, we'll harvest these fields, and we'll start loading them on into the thing. Seasons make it interesting, plus you got longer plan when it's too cold. Yep. No, I agree. Like, definitely off-stream, there'd be, like, no reason for me, personally, to not play things, because you just fast-forward it. But on stream, sometimes, you know, if you're just, like, fast-forwarding, like, it's people like, yeah. Well, while we wait for that to get there, I'm going to take 2 seconds to grab myself a new drink, because guess what? I feel like I have the time to grab a drink and get back before that gets to the top of the hill. So I'll be back here in just a minute, and thanks so much for tuning in. I'll be right back. My alignment was wrong. I also wasn't gonna make it in time. It's fine. It's actually because I stopped to grab a drink, use the restroom, all that stuff real fast. So I took an extra one. Oh, quote 9. Look, sometimes you just have to defeat a tree. Oh yeah, no, unfortunately that is the border of the map. And the reason why we're going out of our way to repair it is the game does penalize you as your vehicles get more and more damaged. Like their fuel efficiency goes down, their horsepower goes down, but most importantly, your harvest yield goes down. So if I just let that run, like, you know, down to like 50% repair or whatever, it pretty much means I'm wasting a huge chunk of my crop. Because the idea would be I'm more just like shredding my crop versus like actually doing something with it. All right. Eventually, I'm going to either get probably eventually I'll get the, there's a semi with a trailer that I can actually load the harvester up on, so I could drive it up here using a semi, which can go like 50 plus miles an hour, versus, you know, going 14 the whole way back and forth. That's gonna be a while though, because it's expensive. All right. Oh, it suddenly struck me. I was sitting there like, what am I doing for lunch tomorrow? Because as I mentioned, I had to call in my card, had a fraudulent charge, which means they deactivate it. So I was like, all right, well, I don't want to dig out my debit card and all that. So like, what am I gonna do for lunch? I'm like, oh yeah, I've got a gift card I got for Christmas. That'll work perfect. Go use the gift card at a local Tex-Mex place I like. So you'd rather have a truck with either a flatbed or a sideboard trailer? I mean, it'll have like a flatbed or whatever. That's what I was saying, is we would get that, we would load the harvester up onto it, we could drive the harvester over there. Yeah, so right now we are harvesting all of our wheat to put in the granary. We're honestly at the point I could defer a lot of the work to the AI. Be like, okay, you harvest these fields, I'm gonna go plow the other fields, and we'd probably be fine. We have enough of a margin. I don't need to do that, because very genuinely, I'm not when do I get to plant this field again? If we check our calendar, so I have 2 in-game months before I can plant it again. We have this month. Next month I can't plant it yet, and the month after I can. So it gives me an entire in-game day / month to plow all the fields, which isn't hard. Which I've got the biggest plow. I do want to switch over to using a cultivator because it's faster, but when it comes to that, what I'm going to want to do is wait till I get the weed sprayer, because when you cultivate as opposed to plow, you get weeds. When you plow, you don't get weeds. Another thing I could potentially do Let me actually check something. Probably gonna have a good idea, bad idea situation going on here. Okay, so we plant in July and plant in September, we harvest in July. I could have something like, I mean, oats harvest at the same time that this harvests. I could grow barley. Would I be able to get that done? I don't know if I'd be able to get that done. Because barley I can harvest slightly earlier, but it has the same planting time. And if I do the later planting time, then the barley will align where I have to harvest everything in one day. The other one is sorghum. Ooh, actually, sorghum would work. If I bought another tile and I planted sorghum, I could have my wheat I harvest one set of days, and the sorghum I harvest in the other set of days. So, like, we plant in September, we harvest in July, and then the sorghum we would plant in April, and we'd harvest in August. And that would be viable, and all that goes in the granary as well. So that's got possibilities. That would require me to buy another tile. And basically what I mean is, instead of just having, like, at any given time, you know, I fast forward a bunch. I'd fast forward like 1 month, then I'd work a bunch, then I'd fast forward a month, then I'd work a bunch. So I'd spend less, downtime with all that. Let's actually put the tractor to use. Because I'm pretty sure this can handle a couple loads worth. So this will probably actually be faster. Because otherwise I'd drive that back and forth, which I did the last time. But it seems like I have a higher yield this time. Says that like just shy of 5,000. Oh yeah, that'll be able to carry quite a few rounds. That said, I definitely feel like getting the harvester would be something I really want. The harvester and the seeder, those are the big ones. The thing is, I have lots of things I want, and not enough money to get any of them. That's the issue we have. But we're working on it. But yeah, so I think we get our equipment. I think that's what we do. I mean, I keep going back and forth with this. So here's the thought process. One, as I get the bigger equipment, all of this goes faster. Like, that technically doesn't make me more money per season, but I get through the seasons at a faster real-life speed. And then when I get a new tile, then it starts to make up for itself. Or two, is I buy the next tile, it takes me longer in real-life hours to get through a season, but I'm effectively getting 2 harvests. So that ends up being a thing where I get a much larger total profit per season. That, I do the wheat part of the season, I do the sorghum the other part. And then later on we'd add, like, we'd add oats, we'd add all the other nonsense in there. Like, right now I don't feel a need to put any effort into that kind of thing, just because the granary was able to process literally all of what we got in the course of 1 year. I was able to knock it out with still a couple months where it wasn't even running. It was just sitting there idling, waiting for crop. Now we get streetlights. Well, the streetlights are a nice thing. Those, I joked about getting them. I don't think we get them yet. I think we worry about stuff like that when I have at least kind of the good equipment we have to start with, and probably another tile, and maybe after that where 5,000 ends up not being as important, that we make it a point that every so often we just slap down a streetlight, because all those are like, streetlights don't physically change anything about my speed of which I work or the amount of money I make during a time. What they do is they cost me 5,000 per streetlight. But I do think the immediate concern is just what's the better play to upgrade my existing equipment, which will take us a while, or for the price of upgrading one of my pieces of equipment, I buy another tile to start up, like, another 2 fields of sorghum. And then, that basically increases our profit per in-game year. And it's kind of doing this whole thing. All right, well, let's actually do the objective. If I try and save up to actually get the good stuff. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Like, the good stuff. So we get the better header for our harvester. That would cost us about 100,000. if we get the better seeder, not even like the good seeder, but just the better seeder, that's also about 100,000. Getting the extra fields is, I think, 85 or 87,000. Real question: are you having fun with your current equipment? Yeah, no, I'm fine with this. Especially with as I increase my profit margins. Or there's also the third option, which is for, I think it's 50,000. I build the bakery. My concern with the bakery is I don't really know if I feed flour and strawberries into it, do I get anything out of it? Like, does that continue to increase our profit? Because I also know it needs eggs, milk, and the other stuff, but I don't know if the recipe is missing stuff, like how that proceeds. Like that's the mystery. Did I already check what was on sale? Yeah, I did. Like that's the thing there. That is a better harvester. What size is the one I have? What size is our harvester? Like what size are you? The one we have is 6. So if I got the better one, okay, so it's probably not worth it to get like 1.5 actually. That's not significant. Could you look that flour plus strawberry thing up in the wiki? Should we look it up? The question is, if I do not have all of the things for the recipes, does it run? That's the question. I know it accepts them, I just don't know what happens if you don't have all the ingredients. That's my big question mark right now. Is what does it take to make bread, and what happens if I don't have all the ingredients? Does it still work at all? Does it run but it buys the material? Like how's that work? You'd probably jump straight to the best equipment. I would probably buy it straight to the best equipment. I think there's a seeder that lets you fertilize at the same time. There is. But I don't think it's I think the big seeder. No, actually I think you're right. I think the later seeders let you put liquid fertilizer in them, and it does that at the same time. Yeah, no, I do agree. I would personally, I think the best move would be not to buy like that 100,000 one, but jump right all the way up to like the 205,000 seeder. That I think does fertilizer. It's like 15 meters wide or some nonsense. So like genuinely, this field I'm passing would be like 3 passes would be the entire field with that seeder. No, that's not true. It'd be about 4. Versus the like 10 it is now. But the big issue is buying another set of fields will probably be after this harvest. We'll either have enough for one more set of fields, like another tile, or it'll be 2 harvests to do that. Like not like a full 2 harvests. Whereas to buy the next tool, we're probably looking at like 3 or 4 harvests to get there, if not more. Honestly, we're probably actually looking closer to like 6 or 7 harvests to get like the better seeder. Which is still mostly true if I do the extra tile with sorghum. It's just it'd be half as many theoretically because I'm harvesting a whole extra tile worth of crops. I'm waffling a lot on it. Like there's strong arguments for either case. Like it also depends like what do you care about more? Real life hours or in-game hours? Well, most people probably say real life hours, which is fair. I keep going back and forth what we're doing with this. Yeah, so I believe that seeder. Yeah, so it does take fertilizer and seeds. So 206, it's 15 meters. It requires 300 horsepower, which our tractor already has 300 horsepower. Like that would be the big one if I could make that happen. Because that means seeding all of my fields would not take very long. But it's 206,000. Unless we get extremely lucky and we cross 100,000 and then it goes on sale. But Can you have kids so you can have them do all the work? No, but you can hire workers and pay them a fair wage. The issue I have right now is, I mean, before my margins weren't that big. So if I did that, it's not that I would lose money, it's like I would ever so slightly turn a profit. That ultimately would probably cost us money in the wear and tear on our tractor so far as, you know, we would get into the situation where while we're able to repair our vehicles and all that and make a profit after that, because our vehicle gets older, which caused them to get worn out faster, it would end up being a thing that would ultimately catch up. But if I get better equipment that's, you know, got more area of coverage, that kind of thing, then because the workers have to put less hours in to get the same work done, then it makes it far more economical. Which would be another justification for going for the better equipment, because then I could just turn the worker loose. It takes them, like, you know, instead of costing me $2,000 to have them work a whole field or something like that, it ends up being like $600-700. All right. Which I actually hire a worker here in a minute. When that trailer fills up all the way, I'll hire a worker to do the next 2 passes on these fields while I go run that to the granary. So yeah. The other option is the header, which that's the big one, 15.2 meters. So 100,000 gets us the big header that's just shy of 3 times the size of this. So it cuts my number of passes down by 1/3. Which will be interesting because that'll actually introduce a problem in the storage of this harvester. If I do those 3 passes, I won't be able to get to the other side of the field before it's full, because right now I'm filling up with wheat every 2 passes, and you know it's big enough for 3 passes, like just shy of 3 passes to be one pass. So you get the idea. That said, I still think I'd do it, and then the next big investment, which would be a real big investment, would be getting a better harvester, which those run like $500,000 or whatever. But I still think you get it, because I could just take that header and just put it on the next harvester and you're just good. And I could still have the little harvester running around where, while I go harvest that field, I could have the AI work on the, you know, this field, that kind of thing. That's a juggle. Yeah, I think the tools are what we do. I don't know, the thing that worries me about that is how many harvests I have to do before I can get it. Unless we get really lucky on the sales. And maybe we do. Like that'll be one determining factor. If we just get a sale that I can snag up one of them on the cheap, then we're committing to it. That said, we do the sorghum, we make more money in less in-game time, which means I get the money faster. Which brings us back to the same thing. Like, they're very good arguments in either scenario. Like, there are very good arguments for either scenario, that there isn't a clear-cut, this is what you do. I mean, honestly, if we went for the sorghum, I would also be in the boat of maybe we buy the warehouse as well. And the reason I'm saying that is I'm assuming by the way the granary works, if we look at the granary and the production, that's not where they are. the graining the production lines here. I believe these happen simultaneously. So it effectively make more flour faster. Give the chat decision. You know what? I'll do that. Do we want to... Oh, good. Someone reported TikTok as being age restricted. I'll deal with that. Yeah, I would be down for if we want to do a 50-50, like, if we want to do a poll, do we buy the tools or do we buy land? Because that would be what it is. And so the decision, just to clarify exactly what we're polling, is, am I saving up for the better header for the harvester and the better planter? Or am I going for the field and the warehouse? And to quantify this, the better header and the harvester, the better header and the planter is 3 times as much as the warehouse and the land. What's the issue right now? Are you limited on time? No, that's the thing. So right now, I can buy another land, and instead of growing wheat, I can grow sorghum. So it's kind of, I do one set on this set of days, and I do the other on that set of days. So I can buy the field and use the equipment I have. But the equipment I have is slow. Now, the alternative is I buy the better equipment, and I don't increase my yield in any way. I just do it faster. So it's kind of in real life time to process the stuff I already have, or to increase the amount I yield per year, but at the same rate so far as my equipment. Equipment easy. Yeah. Meanwhile, let me go ahead and click on this. Yeah, so I've had a problem that what people can do is they can, on TikTok, they can just report you for whatever, and it's pretty much to a certain degree. TikTok assumes you're guilty before innocent in a lot of cases. And I've had someone who's been going on my TikTok almost nightly and reporting that I am playing age-restricted content. So just hold on, chat. Farming, agriculture, not okay for children. That's what's being said. This right here, absolutely not appropriate for children. This is at least PG-13, if not older. I'm trying, or it's at least teen. That's right, video game rankings, not movies. It's at least teen, if not older. Think of all the crops you've murdered. Oh no, but we're also handling fertilizer, which is derived from manure. To be fair, I would not recommend children drive heavy machinery. Not with that attitude. Gotta put away the cow movies. Yeah, they're utterly out of this world. They're utterly inappropriate. I should have gone to the second one. Just pretend I didn't make the first joke. If you do get faster, does that mean you can do more fields? Correct. But the catch is, because I've noticed that I can grow sorghum, and that the days I need to plant and harvest are different than the days I need to plant and harvest wheat, I can already do more fields, as long as I don't do more fields of the same crop. But sorghum also goes in the granary for flour. It is another grain. So that's the idea, is instead of just going like wheat, and like if I got another piece of land and I grew wheat there, I would not be able to handle that. Technically I could by offsetting it, but I digress. If I went with sorghum, then I could sit there and, you know, you have this season for that, this season for this. You said if the challenge was X amount of dollars the fastest, more land, if not more equipment. Yeah, I mostly don't want to save up to 300,000, because that's the other thing you got to consider. The equipment is 3 times as much as the land plus the warehouse. So we do have to quantify that as well. The equipment is a significant amount more. I do think you're probably right that the equipment is probably it. I just don't like the idea of sitting here waiting to... I want my instant gratification, chat. Why won't you let me have instant gratification? Yeah, no, I, for like the whole thing where people misreport people on TikTok, and it happens on other platforms, to be clear, just TikTok, it's a little out of control. it should be a thing that, like, if you go through and you report someone, and then I appeal it, and the people said there's no fault, I'm not saying you should even ban it, that you should just behind the scenes, just anytime that person reports stuff in the future, you should just bin it, just ignore it. It just goes right in the trash. Because if you ban them, that actually works against you, where if they're botting and all that kind of stuff, that means they would be able to know when they've been caught and they spin up new accounts. But if you don't ban them, then they can continue to report into the ether and nothing happens. And it can be one of those things that it requires like 3 pulse reports or whatever. Like, don't tell us as like the viewer and the streamer the amount. Keep that hush hush. But like that there is a thing that if you've done X number of false reports in N amount of time or whatever, all on the back end you have that it pulls you. And the only reason I want to say that is just because you could have someone report stuff. Yeah. Either that or have it sit around, like, or have a point system. Like, if you report that's not child-friendly content, that's considered fairly mild. Versus if you report something that is a bannable/suspendable offense, that it has a much higher point system. Because that would also be fair. Alright, so AI has been given the reins of the Harvester. Now, the one downside is that Harvester is going to go to the end of the field, it's going to turn around. Because it's not one field. I'm not selling this right now, I'm taking it to the grain mill. So that it can be turned from wheat to flour. But yeah, you get the idea. The point is, you flag them, and you just go, okay, this person misrepresents this. Like, don't accept future reports. Because you do want a thing where if someone says, I feel like this is not child appropriate, but it's like, I see why, but like, it is okay on our platform. Like, it's in that you disagree with the policies of the platform that you're not aligned. You don't want to punish them for that. Oh, and the AI won't destroy crops. If I do that, you destroy the crops. You just use a grading system like Stack Overflow does, if you remember correctly. For every true and false report, they get points. Their reports have only the strength of their points indicate, or below threshold, ignore reports until improved. Yep. Though that may be over-engineering it. Everything with Stack Overflow is over-engineered and fascinating. And I say that as someone who actually got to sit down with the lead engineer from Stack Overflow and have a conversation with them. We were at the same user group giving talks and all that, and afterwards the user group would go to a local bar, and I got to hang with them. That was a lot of fun. Because it was so fascinating, because at the time, I don't know if it's still true, at the time, all of Stack Overflow was run on a single server. Like, database, the whole thing, one server. And to say that they had to over-engineer the living daylights out of that thing to make that work as smoothly as it could is, like, really, really a thing. It's farming, so it's pretty hard to explain why it's not child-friendly. Oh, yeah. That's the whole thing. But yeah, no, that's, to give you an idea of how ridiculous it was. So, I don't know about nowadays, but at the time, Stack Overflow was written entirely in ASP.NET. Which is C#, it's the Microsoft tech stack and all that. I mean, technically that's open source and Microsoft is a primary contributor. It's not technically Microsoft, though Microsoft pays people to maintain it. Take that how you want. It's complicated. But with all that said, what they did is they actually started reverse engineering parts of ASP.NET that they didn't get the performance they wanted out of, and re-implementing those piece by piece themselves. Is that something I'd recommend any developer ever do ever? No. It's a hard no. Because do you know what's usually a cheaper solution? Buy a second server. It'll cost you less. Because software developers aren't cheap. But, that said, it is super impressive. Plus, then the issue is once you have this custom implementation of a platform and they do an update, now you've got problems. It's kind of the same thing if you took something like Project Zomboid, and instead of just doing the mods that you add on top of it, that you went in and you actually went into the Java that like actually tells the engine how to even run, and you changed that. Where now you've got these custom files where if they change anything, your whole mod breaks. And in some cases, breaks in the, let's just take the work we've done and just toss it in the bin. It's no longer accurate, valid, whatever. That's the difference of mods when they use the modding tool that comes with a game or whatever, versus running off doing their own thing. It's the same kind of problem. The moment you start getting below the part they expect you to access, every update, you know your mod's gonna be broken. Versus if you build on top, it might be broken, or it might be sort of kind of broken. Like if you had a mod for RimWorld, for example, that fundamentally changes the way the artificial intelligence works for enemies on your map. The moment they introduce a new update that adds new enemies with their own AI, and that they change like the subroutines of the AI to accommodate and all that, now all of your stuff is referencing code that doesn't exist anymore. Or is changed so much that your tooling's just gonna break. Like that's for Project Zomboid, for an actual mod that had that problem, is they had the there's two of them. There's one that's called, oh man, what was it? Hydrocraft? So it was a massive overhaul to the crafting system in Project Zomboid. But the issue was, because it did get closer to the metal than the modding was intended, when they updated 41, Hydrocraft never did get properly updated, so it'd have a bunch of stuff that broke. Because to fix it properly, they're gonna have to like re-implement the whole thing, so they just went, nah, here's a band-aid, that's it. And then there was a mod that added NPCs to the game that, again, when build 41 dropped, it broke a lot of stuff. And so while the NPCs kind of sort of sometimes work, they also break in just the whole thing stops working kind of ways. Alright, so I'm going to go to the end of this one. I'm going to turn back up in that wide row. Because as I mentioned, once we hand it over to the AI doesn't know, oh, it's sufficient for me to cut across the fields. All the AI really does is it goes, I am on this field, harvest this field. I'm hoping I went over far enough I can get that in one harvest, otherwise I'm going to have to do a second pass. It's not looking like it. We'll scooch on over a little bit more just to be a bit safer, and if I have to clean up the end, I have to clean up the end. But yeah. But nah, that was the whole thing. For those who don't know what Stack Overflow is, it's a website that's heavily used by software developers. Not as much as it used to be. It used to be kind of the joke that software developers, whenever you face a new problem, you just type in Stack Overflow and then you type in the name of your problem, and you'll find someone else who's had it and has an answer. It did ultimately kind of, in the long run, suffer from a not elitism. Basically, the people who were policing good and bad answers became more and more overzealous on what did and did not qualify as a good answer. That kind of ended up being a thing that started to really hurt it. It's still an invaluable tool, but it's gotten people to post on it less and less, which ultimately reduces its value because it becomes more dated. That's it. It's still a valuable tool. But it can be one of those things like, hey, I'm using PHP and I don't know how to do an index list. How do I do an index list? Oh, to do an index list, you just need to like have this framework, grab this thing, and do that and that and that. And here are some concerns and considerations you might want to consider when doing so. for the use case you've described, you might actually consider doing this other thing instead. That'll get you 90% of what you want, but it'll be way more performant, or yada yada yada. Like you'll get usually way more verbose answers than you're really looking for. But again, it was like a really valuable tool. And it used to be a whole thing that you'd have very naive managers who would turn around and be like, you know, my employee needs to use Stack Overflow to like do their job. What did I hire an incompetent person? It's like, no. Technology's always moving. Some things we do in software development, I'll do once like every 5 years. You know what I'm not going to remember? The crap I did 5 years ago. Like there was for ASP.NET, you set up your configuration in a file called the web.config. It's one of those things that most of the time you're going to set up a website, you get that thing tweaked and adjusted, and you don't touch it. Like you don't touch it outside of a few specific scenarios pretty much ever again. Like only if it's changed where like you're hosting something or your database connection changes or stuff like that, you might go in there and change a connection string. But I don't blame anyone who doesn't remember how the heck to write a connection string, because it's one of those things that you write it, you enter it, and there's a good chance you won't do it again for 2 years. And it's like you do it once every 2 years. So you're not going to remember some, like, specific minutia kind of thing. There's also those days where you go, oh man, how do I declare an array? Which is like a super duper, like, I'm introducing you to a programming language the first time level stuff. But there are days that you're just sitting there going, brain, I know you know how to do this. We've done it 1,000 times. Why are you being difficult? And then, you know, you look at Stack Overflow for half a second, like, yeah, that's right, it was square brackets. That's what I've got wrong. Especially if you do multiple languages where you interchange stuff. So you'll look at another language where it'll be like, oh, you use parentheses. And you'll be like, why isn't this working? What is it complaining about? I don't understand. You're like, oh, right. That's JavaScript who does it that way. I use the other way because I'm using this other language. My bad. It's especially awful when you are doing multiple languages right back to back. Like you're doing a project, you have both JavaScript and, you know, C# together, who have their nuanced differences. So you start like you do a bunch of work in one and you go to the place where you're doing the other, and your brain has to like kind of switch gears, and you'll start typing stuff in the wrong language, and it's close enough that it'll take a lot of it, but also not close enough that it'll take all of it. So you're like, why is all of this so angry and squiggly underlines and throwing errors? Oh, I'm writing in the wrong language. Oops. Or if you want an in-person equivalent, when you have someone who's like, you know, on this side the person speaks English and that one's Spanish, and there's the person going back and forth between them, and they're just like going, and they say English to that one, they say Spanish to that one, and they say Spanish back to the first person. They're like, wait a second, you need the English. My bad. That they're just kind of going autopilot after a minute. Like that happens. I don't know how people do that. For a lot of time when I'm doing like multi-language stuff, like it's almost like there's this big thing in my brain that's like click into the other position where it's like, oh, we're speaking German now. Oh wait, we gotta go back to English? Hang on, let me go get my tools. Chunk, it's back into English. You gotta get your brain in the correct position. So switching back and forth is not easy. Not for me, at least. For others, it might be. There's definitely people who can just like breeze through it. I'm not one of them. I also don't think I couldn't speak German fluently anymore. It's been too long. Posture check. Yeah, no, I'm not being. I'm misbehaving. All right. Oh, you know, I just realized? When we get to the next field, actually, if I can line this up well. Yeah, it's going to be 2 more passes because I'll hit capacity. I forgot to turn that on. I didn't have the granary actually processing the flour into, or processing the wheat into flour. Sorry about that. Jaguar says, you tried programming back in the 90s in like Basic and Turbo Pascal, but it wasn't for me. Yeah, no, it's a thing. Basic's also a very interesting language. At least you're not over the speed limit signs like in SnowRunner. Yeah, definitely SnowRunner I don't do that. Oh yeah, SnowRunner, like lots of time you like take the winches and you end up like yanking down street signs and trees and you're like, look man, I got places to be. I don't have time to do this right. So I'm still going back and forth on whether we get the harvester header or we go and try and get the planter to happen first. Because the planter, like both of these, it's the same thing. They're about 6 meters wide, and we would be jumping up to about 15 meters wide. The planter takes me longer. The harvester takes me less time. But the problem with the harvester is I literally cannot finish an entire pass before we overfill our harvester. So, actually, you know what? The harvester probably does make sense. Because honestly, with it harvesting that fast, literally all I need to do is follow it around with a truck. Okay, I've already answered my own question. We get the harvester header. It will harvest absurdly fast. I follow it with the truck with that. It'll fill up. Eventually, like, when I go to drive off to drop stuff off, there's a good chance it'll get enough ahead that it'll overfill and stop and wait for me. I think that'll be fine, because that'll be a perfect time to, like, turn the AI on this one. And then while that's going on, we'll start saving up for the cedar. Because it also saved me time in that I don't have to do what I just did there, which is park and just kind of wait for it to empty out. We will go to it. And the very last Lardine. I assume you actually didn't want to be awake this early? I thought, oh, Pupper had to go outside. Gotcha. I was like, I thought you were supposed to sleep longer. I think I quite literally over them. Yeah. Oh no, we've done that like in plenty of games. Taking out, various street signs, stop signs, all that. And let me check one thing. I just realized if someone needed to get a hold of me, I've got my thing set up wrong for it. Nope, we're good. So let's get all those things back in my screen where they need to be. Sorry. I know that cuts out the game audio. I need to find a way to fix that so the game audio doesn't drop when I have to check another window. Some games are really easy about it where you're just like, don't send us the background. One of the big problems, and this is actually a pretty big complaint I have about Farm Sim for streaming, you can't change your like overall settings inside the game. You have to go back out to the title screen to change like what resolution you want to play at, how far you want your field of view to be. I wish they would make it so that it was accessible here. Even if it has to do the thing where you'd be like, I want to change the resolution. It's like, okay, well, I have to, or like change the textures. Okay, well, I'm gonna basically like reload the entire rendering thing with your new settings. That's fine. But it's the fact that it'll be like save, exit, change setting, load game, start. Oh wait, it's still like my frame rate's not good. Change, exit, reload, start. And this isn't the only game with that problem. That, like, that's not that big a deal. My big negative is the game doesn't do hardly anything to teach you how to play the game in the game. There is a tutorial. It doesn't tell you where to find it. So if you choose anything but the very first map, you won't get it. And if you choose anything more than the lowest difficulty, you also won't get the tutorial. It doesn't warn you about these things, but if you go to the starting map on the lowest difficulty, it'll actually be like, here's how you use a plow. here's how you do this. It doesn't say why or when or anything like that. So it's still for tutorial purposes only okay. But you know, it is what it is. All right. Let's go over here. We can top this thing off. And now I'm going to start trying to... Well, actually, let's not worry about plowing. Let's not even worry about plowing at all right now. I've got 2 months in-game to deal with the plowing. If I get distracted trying to do the plowing, then I'll keep having to stop to deal with this thing. We'll just let this happen. In-game tomorrow is plowing day. And then the day after that would be planting the next wheat harvest, whatever you want to say. Now, good news about this is I believe this should take us somewhere in the area of like 3-4 passes to fill this thing up. I'm gonna go over here. We got these 2 fields as our largest section done. We've got our other field over here, which is the next larger field, and then the other 2 fields are relatively small. The downside is this field has that big rock on the end that I keep saying I need to get rid of, because I need to get rid of it. And that's because the AI, if I hand the thing over to the AI, it'll avoid that rock by a huge margin, so it just will skip part of the field. Alright, so I'm handing the wheel over to you. No, I messed that up. I didn't see the prompt that we had hired the worker, so I was like, did that work? Okay. Let's drop this off while that's doing its thing. Do I work the plow? So if I do the plow, we lose a couple $1,000. And the reason we lose a couple $1,000 is because I'm paying a worker to deal with my harvest. I don't think we pay the AI to do it. Like, I'm just doing that right now because I need to drop off while I reposition this thing. Let's also check how is... So those 2 fields for the wheat flour. So that still doesn't take it super high. So that's excellent. Alright, so I've taken over again. We didn't finish first row. So that's interesting. 1 row on this field is about 66%. Or sorry, 33%, which means 2 is 66. Which means realistically I do have to empty this every other pass. You know, barring if I go too wide and I miss sections or whatever. Which does mean I'm going to drop off like every other pass, even though it's only like, you know, 60-70%. Because otherwise I've got to like go back and forth from one end of the field to the other so far as like either bring the truck over or back. And unfortunately the harvesting isn't fast enough for me to justify me having the AI do it and just keep the trailer there. Because I think it's taking me about 3 to 4 full harvesters to fill up the trailer I've got. It'll be really interesting when I get the really big harvester header. That's gonna introduce a whole range of problems for me. But that'll be fine. I think it'll also be wide enough that I can just, like right now, because of the way the this arm sticks out on that one side, I can use it on this pass, but if I'm going the other way, I'd have to drive through the field to get it, which obviously I don't want to because that destroys my crops. But if I had like the really wide one, it might be wide enough that I actually like stay alongside it regardless of which side it's on, because the harvester's so wide that it's clearing what I would have run over waiting for the arm. Or not, that arm does stick out quite a ways. Alright. Now I got the two little fields over there. We also, like I said, we might get lucky and I might just check the store in game and it'd be like... probably rock removal, to be honest. So, to do the rock removal, it's not I remove that rock. It's I hit the sign and it removes all rocks. So I don't want to do that. It's also a thing if I... Do you think you'll have any big upgrades by the end of stream? Realistically, I mean, probably not. Like, if I were to fast forward after I drop this in and we get the harvest out, then there's a good chance I would have enough money for it. But the issue is I've got to plow and seed the fields, which is the part that takes me the most in real life time. So I will likely be working on that by the end of stream. And then when I cash out the stuff we are harvesting right now, there's a good chance I could get the new Heveter on the harvester. For scientific purpose, would you consider yourself someone who toots or farts? I don't even know what you'd define the difference of those things are. I'm doing pretty good. So, alright. The thing I'm also thinking in my head is if we're thinking about trying to improve the real life time of this, do we go ahead and let the AI take over the harvester and we start plowing the field, knowing even though I'm going to get like a stripe or two done, have to stop, drive over here with the trailer, pick it up, you know, go back over to the plow. Like you go like ping pong back and forth. Or do we do the thing where I keep more of my money, meaning I'm likely to get my upgrade faster by just having this keep doing what it's doing, and we go and worry about all of the plowing tomorrow, like tomorrow in game. Okay. Instead of backing up, I think I'm going to go to the area in front of me and we'll just go back and forth. All right. And we've got our first thing of flour already out. Still harvesting the fields and already got flour rolling out. Good to see. There is the possibility with some of these that I actually do get enough crops going that we can just overrun the grain rate. When that happens, then obviously we'll that'll be the point that like, okay, we're growing enough of whatever crop that is, and we'll just future fields will put to other stuff. You know, whatever excess we just sell. Yeah, I do think the equipment's probably the better one. Probably also better from the viewer standpoint. Get more done on it. Now you have a dog pass out your chest. You're a little uncomfortable, but by law you cannot move a sleeping pupper. Of course. There's no laws about moving a sleeping cat. It's just dangerous. Like, the cat itself is the reason why there's no laws. The cat enforces the policy, versus the sleeping pupper, you know. Other people have to step in on that one. Yeah, if we upgrade our equipment. Yeah, I think the equipment's the correct one. I know I keep going back and forth. I think the equipment is the right answer. Mostly because, like, even if nothing else, I could just set the AI loose with it. It won't cost me that much to do so. And like for right now, if we had it, we could cut the AI loose on this. And it would go way, way, way faster. Because we could double up on it. And then, you know, if it's something like plowing, which I already have the largest plow, then I could cut the AI loose on it, and then just turn around at the end and just tidy up or whatever. Honestly, it's not a terrible idea. It's actually not a bad idea. The thing that's going to end up happening here is I will have this drop off here for a second. Take this tractor away and grab the plow. Oh, almost drove through the field and killed my crop. And grab you. I vaguely remember that the AI is really dumb in how they operate this. But that's fine. And you started, so hand it over to the AI. You're done by now. The AI can work on plowing the field. I can work on this, and I can take my 100 horsepower tractor to deal with this, you know, hauling the stuff there. Feels weird having enough money to let the AI work. Yeah, no, we did the one stream where I like leaned on the AI really hard, and like we had a whole stream, and I made $1,000 by the time the AI was finished eating up all our cash. I was like, okay, I can't do that. Like, it was one whole stream that basically was a wash because I made so little money it wasn't worth mentioning. So we learned that lesson hard and fast. But yeah, and that's also because we went from the little plow to the really big plow. So that plow that can actually get quite a bit done in a reasonable time frame. It's still going to eat into my profit margins a little bit, but you know, it is what it is. Alright, Dragos, you have a good one. Now, I fully expect the AI to be really dumb about it, and I have to play cleanup on the plow. AI seems to be particularly bad at running the plow. But if it gets like 80% of the field done and I just have to touch up the last 20, that still saves me a lot of time. All right. See, like what I was doing before, I would have had the AI doing the plow. I would have had an AI running this, and I would be driving the truck the whole time. You know, where I'm only sort of kind of needed a little bit. I might even have like jumped in the art truck, drove over, and like chopped down a tree or two or something. You know, topped off the water in the greenhouses. Like that's what I was doing that one stream. Is I was still working, but you know, there was just. I would have the AI doing all the things, so like literally we're doing everything at the same time, which is super efficient time-wise, but horrifically efficient money-wise. Yeah, you can actually see it from here. So you'll notice the AI left a big wedge out of the end of the field. The good news is I can just go up and down the end of the field and fix it. They also turn in the most ridiculous way. Like, you'll turn halfway through the field, then back up the whole way. Alright, this is the one that's going to start operating the trailer. The good news is that trailer should be full long before that AI manages to get far enough onto those fields to be ready for that spot. I don't think it's emptying. I think it had it misaligned. Yep, I did. That's fine. Yeah, you can see him over there. He's doing his next row. He's going to line the whole thing up halfway down the field. Wait for it. He's going to stop, and he's going to back up the whole way. But not quite enough to actually be able to do a consistent plow. He's going to have a big wedge missing out of it. That's the reason I want to switch to the cultivators. The cultivator, they're a little bit smarter about it. Because it's a square. Yep, big old V missing. Good job, AI. You're definitely doing a respectable work there. Yeah, it gets the same height. I thought wheat was taller. Like in real life, I thought wheat was a fairly tall crop. I mean, I guess I don't have context. That could be... No, I mean, there's a person in there, so I guess it is only like 2.5, 3 feet. I thought wheat was like 4 or 5 feet tall. You could still be over the top of it if you're like running around, but not a whole lot. I could be totally wrong. I haven't seen very many wheat fields. I've seen more like corn and that kind of thing. Okay. Wheat grows like 2 to 4 feet? Okay. So I've just expected it to be taller than it actually is. I know corn gets pretty ridiculously tall where you can't see over the top of it kind of thing, even as a tall person when it grows to full height. Like it gets to like a good 5-6 feet. Yeah, that plow should actually make pretty okay time. Like I said, I'll have to clean up after it, but it's already about a third of the way through the field. Like, it might actually finish that field before I finish this field. You know, and then I'll just take it to the next field and tell it to go. Even though, like I said, I'm going to have to do cleanup on the end there. It shouldn't be too bad, just a pass or two. I'm gonna do something to help this out since we're about to hit where this rock is. Just gonna do a quick pass or two along this side, so if I decide to hand it over to the AI or whatever, it doesn't get all stuck up on the rock. Ancient Egyptian wheat was actually taller? Gotcha. Yeah, I don't think I'm comparing to like ancient Egyptian wheat. I think I'm thinking like wheat that I've seen in like various shows and movies where they'd have someone like, you know, have the farm or the various person like running around. It could also be that I thought it was wheat and it was just a different crop. That's entirely possible as well. Yes, I think 3 passes back and forth here should be enough that if I cut the AI loose on it, it shouldn't struggle. We have T-Smash saying corn tends to be quite tall depending on where it's located. Yeah, no, the corn I've seen in like the Midwest U.S. it is taller than I am, and I'm like 6'2". So like, it gets up there. Sunflowers can get fairly impressively tall as well. I've seen sunflowers that I wouldn't say they were taller than me, but they were definitely like pretty much head level or pretty close to it. Sunflowers 100% feel like, what if flower big? Someone just went to like a flower and just went giant. Okay, there's your flower. Just take the flower, scale it up. Sunflowers are neat. Your uncle used to grow sunflowers? And his hit 10 feet tall? I didn't know they could get that big. Like I said, the ones I've seen, it was like they were getting to about eye level with me, which means they were on the upper side of like 5 foot tall. I didn't know they could get nearly that tall. There's also some corn crops that grow to 20 feet. Okay, I knew they could get up to like 8 feet. That's ridiculous. I'm assuming when they get to that height, structure of the plant starts to become a genuine concern. Because like corn is a sturdy plant, but like 20 feet is a lot of leverage. You're in central US, so farming is about the only thing in the area around me? Gotcha. Yeah, no, I'm in central Florida, so we have way more tourism and hospitality. We do have farming here, but it's more, we have like strawberries and onions, which they use the onions as a sister crop for the strawberries, even in like commercial, because it keeps away a lot of various nuisances. And then plus they can actually, you know, sell those onions because it changes the flavor profile. So they sell those locally. They don't ship them out. We have tons and tons of citrus. We also have tomatoes, stuff like that. We don't have nearly as much agriculture as other parts of the country, but there is a bunch of that. The orange groves when you get out in the middle of nowhere here are real impressive to see. Nothing like Central Valley or something like that, California. But if you ever want to check out a cool place that's kind of out of the way in Florida, there's a botanical garden at what's known as the Bach Tower. But it's those things that you've got this botanical garden. It's in the middle of nowhere. I think it's supposed to be, if I remember correctly, it's the highest point in Florida elevation-wise, which is still not much. But they have this giant tower that was built in the middle of it, so they could see like all around and all that kind of stuff. But immediately around it's a botanical garden. But you look out any farther, and it's just orange orchards all over the place. So it's pretty cool. But it is a little bit of a trek from, like, if you're going from, like, Tampa or Orlando or something. It's a bit trek, I believe, south. On the very last article says, according to a Google search, the tallest documented corn plant is 14 meters or 45 feet tall. Holy hell. That is genuinely taller than a lot of trees get. Now, obviously, like, bigger trees like pines and stuff like that certainly get taller than it. But when you start considering all sorts of, like, trees, like, you know, like, out of, like, fruit-bearing trees, I'm glad that doesn't actually waste materials when you do that. Like, fruit-bearing trees, very few get the tall. Like, I think, like, if you get a really, really big, like, grapefruit tree, it starts pushing into that territory, like 45, 50 feet. But you get the idea. You're talking a freaking tree, is what you're talking in height. Yeah, corn, soy, and occasionally wheat, or that. Yeah, no, that's pretty much the entire middle of the U.S. is grains. Grains and corn. I mean, I guess technically only one of those is a grain, but you get the idea. It's a whole lot of that. Most giant corn, or Central America? It's corn the height of a 4-story building. Like, that's, I had no idea it could get even remotely that high. If you, like, outside the context, I would have assumed it was something like the corn stalk, you would hit the point where the actual weight of the corn above it, / the leverage of when wind blows, you would have the corn topple under its own weight. Would be my assumption. Like, I know they're kind of woody, kind of reedy on the stalk once they get to height and all that. But I've never seen corn remotely that high. Like I said, it'd be somewhere in the area, would be my guess, would be like 8 feet or so is about the highest I can think of seeing. But that's because usually the places I'd see them, they would harvest them at that point and then not, like, you know, they'd clear the field for, like, the next year or whatever. Makes me curious what it takes to get them that high. There, and then after this field, the other 2 fields are relatively small. How are you doing, worker? You're about 2/3 done from the look of it. Then we'll get you plowing the next field. There was an abandoned house in your grandfather's village that had corn next to it twice your height. Jeez. Last reads that the tallest sweet corn maize plant measures 14.69 meters, 48 feet and 2 inches. Was grown by Jason Carl in the USA in Allegheny, New York. It was verified on March 7th, 2021. Jason has beaten the past record-breaking sweet corn maize plant of 3.95 meters. Maize plant by 3.95 meters. Okay, I was like, wait a second, a record of 3.95 meters. Like, wait, how do you break a record by like 11 meters? I see, it's how much it beat it by. Right, so it's still a ridiculous amount to beat it by. That is beating it by 25-30%, which is very significant. Reading all the words helps. Yeah, I know. I'm pretty bad about that. Because you're like, when you're streaming, a lot of times you're speed reading. And speed reading is not the most comprehensive reading. Reading, we don't do that here. Not that we can help it. No, I'm teasing. Reading is for nerds. Look, man, I'm I'm someone who games and has a background in software development. I also did robotics in high school, and may may also have been a college instructor at the age 19. I think my nerd card has been very heavily validated. Like, if it was a passport, they're looking for places to put the stamp. Also, I'm like one of my favorite genre, or not genres, one of my favorite IPs is Star Wars. And that was before it was cool. I mean, that's not true. It's been cool forever. It was before it was cool to do it in high school and all that. Before the prequels happened. And we got Soul Adams on a 7 stream streak. Been watching every single episode for a week and a day. And you'd be like, wait a second, that's not true. A week is 7 days. I stream 6 days a week. So for a week and a day. None of that sounds neurotypical. I mean, okay, so like, you can have totally neurotypical people into a lot of nerdy stuff. And I say nerdy in not a bad way here. Like, honestly, the term nerdy hasn't been used widespread in a derogatory way in a while. Like, back when I was in school, like, that was the whole thing. It's like, no, it's the nerd. Now, granted, they had a lot of difficulty later on in high school still pulling the nerd car when I was out benching a lot of them. Still didn't connect the fields? No, if I went to connect the fields, it would be here in just a minute. After that plow finishes, it would be at that point. Yeah, no, being a nerd is a flex now. I think people started to wise up that you could be an athlete in school, and your chances of making a dime doing athletics was extremely low. Not that it couldn't be done, but like your chance of being like a professional basketball player or football player or whatever, like you might as well buy a fistful of lottery tickets. Your odds are better. And it's not that you could become like a PE coach or stuff like that. Like those are things. Versus people wised up that, you know, being a nerd means you could be like a rocket scientist, an engineer, a computer programmer, all these different professions that were going to pay you a heck of a lot more in the long run. And then plus, you know, computers went from being this nerd thing that people did to like, hey, I like video games. Hey, look, I can video games on the computer with my friends. Because until the internet brought, you know, computer games to be multiplayer online on computers, the only multiplayer you could really do in games was to physically show up at your friend's house, you know, with the controller and all that, and play on their system. Or, I mean, they have their own controllers, but usually they gave you the bad one because they wanted to win. Just saying. And you didn't want the bad control. You brought your own. But yeah, so you deal with that. And so there's a lot of times it's very difficult to have a lot of multiplayer experience and a lot of times. But the moment you had gaming on the computer where you had dial-up modems, congratulations, you could be playing a whole range of games. Most of them would seem terrible by modern standards, but you actually could play multiplayer with your friends and not physically have to be there. And then, you know, how much of social lives changed with the introduction of instant messenger, where even though your parents would be like, no, you got to stay home today, like, I need you here, and so you just pop on the internet and, you know, at least have a conversation with, like, you know, your friend, the girl you liked, whatever, you know, over instant messenger, and all the drama that was, where it's like, you didn't respond in 30 seconds. Do you not want to talk to me anymore? Social anxiety, internet edition. Yeah, no, the people who got lucky for athletics in school was that they would get a athletic scholarship to college and then do something with their college degree, which worked for a lot of people. They were said, you consider myself a PC parts building PC nerds? Love watching tech YouTubes. Yeah, no, so every computer I've owned since like high school, other than a laptop, like laptops I don't build myself for very good reason, but every desktop computer I've owned, which I've always had a desktop computer for the most part, I have built myself, part by part. Like looked up the parts, did the research, built them myself. Imagine having to lug 5-6 kilogram computer CRT monitor peripherals to your friend's house for a LAN party. Uh-huh. Yup. That was something I did all through high school. That's actually what got me into the IT side of computers. Someone needed to set up the network, and so I got really proficient in setting up networks. I wasn't the only one in the group who did. But honestly, for a lot of us, that's where we learned to do it. Because you'd get all your friends together and there'd be the one person having networking problems. And, you know, you wanted them to play as well and have a good time. So you started learning more and more what you could do to make it work better. But yeah, alright. And let's see, you can go to your room, turned from punishment to reward. Oh, yeah. And I remember it was a whole thing for a while. Parents trying to figure out how to navigate that one, where it's like, okay, well, no computer, and you'd have some parents who you'd have some kids who were good when they're told no computer, they wouldn't get themselves in trouble, kind of thing, and then some, you know, obviously they would just go and get on the computer anyway when it got later in the evening and their parents were like busy or going to sleep or whatever. But they would get the thing that was like a little plastic lockbox that you'd have a key for to like lock the end of the plug. Those Mullix cables, the power cables for your power supply, everyone had like 4 spares of them. So they put this plug on the end of your cable, and all you'd do is you'd turn around, go, you know, grab your spare one out of the box, plug it in, and go back to doing things on the computer, because that was usually when they weren't home, kind of thing. You just grab your spare cable, you plug it in both ends. My parents did that, but I knew lots of kids who that was the punishment they would get. But yeah, no, like building your own computer, it's just, you know, be careful about it. Don't swing around. Yeah, but the big thing is like Jaywalker, don't bend the pins on your CPU. That is like the big I have screwed up, is bending pins in your CPU, because most of the time you cannot bend them back. You could try, but it's not that it never works. But if you that's one of the things that you can properly screw things up. Another common mistake people have is you do not need as much thermal paste as you think you need. The amount of thermal paste you probably think you need if you're new to it, like 1/3 to 1/4 of that is probably fine. You're not gluing it on. You don't need to like treat it like Elmer's where you just give it a proper pasting. You just put like a little bit on, like maybe the size of like a dime or whatever, and just give it a little wiggle around. And it'll be good. It does not need much thermal paste. Like, genuinely, too little thermal paste is way, 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 way better than too much. Too little, it'll just overheat a little bit. Too much, you can short things out. Cause all, like, you can basically short out the heat into the bottom of the processor and all, and cause all sorts of mayhem. Your push is getting told to go outside and hang out with kids' age. I'm trying to think, because I mentioned before, I didn't get in trouble much. Like, I don't recall an ever time I got, like, properly grounded. Because honestly, most of us were able to entertain ourselves pretty well, so grounding us really, you know, it would be a bummer, but it wouldn't be that big a deal. We got the no video games once in a while, and I genuinely think, honestly, because because there's 3 brothers. Like the three kids. Honestly, us being not allowed to play video games was probably such an obnoxious thing for my parents to deal with that they would rather we play video games. Now, they would do the thing where it's like, you've been playing that too much, go outside, that kind of thing. That happened. But like actually like being grounded from games for a month, our parents never did that one either. Like they would say no, like no games for the evening, but that wasn't even that often. But for the most part, all three of us were relatively well behaved. Like we got in trouble from time to time. No kid goes without getting in trouble, but it was usually never anything serious or major. Yeah, no, I don't reinstall my operate. Like, don't get me wrong, when we're talking computers like back in the Windows 95, 98 days, yeah, there's a certain justification having your regular reinstallation of Windows and all that before they started restricting where people were allowed to install stuff and having all the prompts and all that kind of nonsense. Like, yeah, you get all sorts of crap in your registry, and properly cleaning it up was a whole big thing. But even then, I tended to reinstall way less than most of the others I knew. And by Windows XP, that was mostly, like, you would do it if things just didn't get sorted out, or things got, like, super duper pokey. But if you were, as long as you weren't installing and uninstalling, installing, uninstalling kind of stuff, usually that wasn't necessary. And then by the days of, like, Vista and on, reformatting the hard drive to, like, clear stuff out, it just isn't needed in the same way it used to be. Now, again, if you're doing stuff like you're uninstalling, reinstalling, we're not talking stuff on Steam. We're talking, like, you know, utility programs that interact with your hardware and yada, yada, yada. That could be a mess. Is it probably get rid of Windows. A few days ago, you spent over 2 hours on a Windows update screen. That's 5 times longer than it usually takes to do a fresh install. Yeah, it shouldn't take that long. But yeah. That reminds me, you should take your computer in for servicing, and go through the rigmarole of a fresh install. Your CPU is like randomly going to 30% utilization. Yeah, that means there's definitely something randomly running. It doesn't necessarily mean malware. That's always a possibility with those kind of things. You're seeing your CPU get eaten for no apparent reason. A lot of times it can be stuff like, you know, you end up with like 2 antiviruses and they're fighting each other, or you've got some other utility that's running whatever process it wants and just gobbling up your CPU. Some of the like more nefarious anti-cheats that have come out over the years, that could be a byproduct where it's just scanning a bunch of files on your computer. Like, you know, it loads all the files into memory, it goes through the signatures to try and find it, so that becomes computationally heavy doing the signature check. You haven't used it for like 2 months, but it's a bit ominous when there's no progress bar or anything. Gotcha. Yeah, no, I know they had an update that for some people had issues, so they basically had an update, and then they turned around after their update, and this is Microsoft I'm talking about for Windows, that they followed up that update by having another one. So they both end up being kind of bigger Windows updates, like service pack level Windows updates. Wow, look how terrible you were at cleaning that. Is there a tree stump over there I missed? Alright, we probably missed a tree stump because you see there's a giant spot that the AI completely botched dealing with. That's usually a sign that there's a tree stump I've overlooked. Like to know what's happening when I'm updating system. Yeah, no, they used to be better, but I think you can do like Windows Update where it's more or less verbose. Alright, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to cut this thing loose, hand it over to the AI. We're going to run over there, see if we can't find if there is a tree stump. I'm just going to go ahead and grab the stump grinder because I'm assuming it is. More than likely, if it is a stump, you see where that wedge is? It's probably at the widest part of the wedge before it goes back to the edge. But yeah, no, with the Windows Update, a lot of times it's more verbose. Your system is getting updated. All right. I don't know why I'm going around. Oh, right. I'm going around because the AI's dumb is going to back up half the field. Why do you actively hate me, other thing? I don't see anything. Yeah, my suspicion is to be right around here. I don't see it. I don't know. Like, it definitely detected something there, like, for it to skip that badly. What I might have to do is I might have to plow it, and then maybe when we don't have, like, all of the wheat nonsense there, maybe we'll be able to see it better. All right. Lime the field for extra contrast. I mean, lime has a decent expense to it, so it just... That's one of those things that burns money. Now, what I'm going to probably do is I'm going to probably plow it, which will make the field kind of that blackish brown. And once I've done that, I'll try and look for it. It's fine. Like, I knew I was going to have to do cleanup. That's just a little bit more than I was expecting. And I don't think there's a reason for me with that harvester to go and load this up, move it. And the tree bark is usually brown black. Right, but the center of the tree is usually like kind of the same color, almost this yellowish you're seeing the wheat here as. So all I have to do is like try and check it from the top. The good news at the rate this is going, I'm going to get both the harvesting done and the plowing done. Potentially this in-game day. If not, that's still not that big a deal. As long as I get the harvesting done. That's the only like really important one that I really do have to get done today. Because the plowing, I just need to get that done by the end of day in-game tomorrow. So honestly, paying the AI to do this is a bit of a luxury I'm taking. I should probably be doing it myself. Save money. It's probably going to set me back so far as the amount of profit I'll get about $1,000, $2,000, somewhere in that ballpark. But once I get all this harvested, that'll be fine. What building are you doing next, and how expensive is it? So it's probably not going to be a building next. We're going to be upgrading our tools. So I'm going to get a wider harvester, a wider planter, kind of the big two I want to get. Unfortunately, they're not cheap. The wider harvester is going to cost me just shy of 100,000, but it will be the largest header I can. So when I say harvester, I'm actually talking about the harvesting header. The downside is it will fill this thing up like not quite one full pass, on some of these fields. So it will be I'll have the AI take over this, and I'll just follow with the tractor and the trailer. It'll just be a back and forth with that kind of thing. Okay. Would a bakery first be butter? So I didn't get an answer on if I have the bakery and I just put flour and strawberries in it, nothing else, does it still work? Or do I have to like buy the other supplies and put it in there? Because I have to buy all the other supplies and put it in there. That makes me a little bit nervous being on the hardest economic difficulty of will I actually make, you know, any reasonable amount more money, or will it ultimately be because I'm buying all the other supplies that I'm not making as much money as I could with just the flour? Because I would assume if it was like in real life, you wouldn't be able to make the bread kind of thing. I think you have bread, so just flour and water should work. Oh, I don't know why my head is thinking the eggs and milk. Okay, yeah, no, if it's literally just the flour and water, that is easy peasy. We can do that. That should definitely, I assume that would up our profit of good fair margin. Well, I mean, right now I just happen to have lettuce, tomatoes, and strawberries because the greenhouses are making the lettuce, tomatoes, and strawberries. And then we're growing wheat to make into flour because I can sell the flour for a higher profit rate than just the wheat by itself. Because I want to say the bakery is 50,000. Because the bakery is just 50,000 and we can just roll with that. It's just water and flour. That becomes an easy one. We would sell this batch of flour. Actually, we could probably even just sell this stock from the grainer, or from the, not the granary. We could sell the stuff from the, greenhouse. That's the word. And that would probably be enough to buy us the bakery. And with the bakery, if we're making bread, which should be a significant increase in money, then honestly, that might even get us, like, it wouldn't get us our first one of our pieces of equipment faster, but it would get our, like, all of the thing collectively. They should show what you need to make something instead of just showing the possible inputs and outputs. Agreed. I should be able to look at the bakery and look at what its things. It probably, you know what it probably does? I'm going to go turn on the AI. We'll see how, nope, we're not going to turn on the AI. The AI is going to be dumb and try and straighten it out, which is probably how we should do this. I believe under the ridiculous thing where it has the stuff, it might mention it. I don't really know. Because I know it has some stuff about production lines in the, what little documentation the game has inside the game itself. So I'm curious if they would show that. Right, no, I know that part. I'm just hitting all the wrong buttons, don't mind me. I know when you go to buy the building, what I am curious about is if we go instead here to this thing, products, that's the icons, farming basics, plowing, sowing, harvesting, crops overview, yada yada yada, improving yield, animals, forestry, basic economy, spending miscellaneous, need more help, platinum expansion. Okay, it's not here. They have a couple things that show production change. Like, I remember they show wood where they're like, you can put a tree into the sawmill, and then the sawmill can make planks, and then you can take the planks to make furniture, and you can take the furniture. You get the idea. But it was only some of them. There was? Okay, we'll try looking. Production chains. Yeah, so it's just showing that. Okay, that's the same thing. Yeah, no, it still just showed the same thing of like, the bakery takes everything and makes things. Well, if that's the case, then what we could potentially do is our change in plan is we buy the bakery for 50,000. Use that to take the existing crop we're already producing and basically get way more money out of it, which should then make getting the equipment go faster. Because, like, well, yeah, spending 50,000 now delays me buying the better, buy the header for 100,000. It delays it by half of its time. But if I'm taking it, even if it's only like a 25-30% multiplier, that would still be a huge increase in my yield. And so while, yes, I could get the header by itself faster, when it came to the seeder and all the other stuff I need to support that, that thing is like 200,000. That still would cut off at least a harvest or two. I'm just gonna snipe the end of this so I can turn around without having to worry about it. But yeah, no, bread should just be flour and wheat. Sorry, flour and water. Because you can't... There's no yeast in the game to make. Because that would be something else you'd use for bread. Alright. And you're wrapping up that field. How are we doing in time? Okay, still alright. The cake is a lie? Absolutely. Now, I do suspect that first time we go to use the bakery to make the bread, I'm assuming it's going to have a pretty large amount of water it can accept. There's a very good chance getting the water to that building, it's going to be pricey. Because you can actually go, there's a tap on the other side that you can get water for free, and there's the water tower this map comes with gives you, well, sorry, the one at the tap doesn't give it to you free, but gives you dirt cheap. Like, it's definitely not the normal rate a lot of the maps have. Like, don't get me wrong, there's one or two maps that do have free water supplies. But you can get a water tower on this map that gives you straight up free water. And we had it at the beginning, but I got rid of it because it felt unbalanced. Like this, I've come to accept every one of the things that is a building that comes with this map. Don't use it, that they have not balanced it for like the harder difficulties. The payout is just way too high on those ones. Like everything vanilla, it's fine. I don't mind. Because there's a setup, there's a cost for everything. Like, yeah, the granary is giving me a whole bunch more money than I get from the field by itself. But the granary cost me $96,000 to set up. And, you know, there is a reoccurring expense when it comes to I have to put crops into it to get the crops out of it, or to get the products out of it. And then there's a very minor operating expense as well. So it was a legitimate investment as opposed to just practically being handed money. Alright, so the AI worker has completed their task. I'm not going to queue up another one for the AI worker, because what I'm probably going to do here in a minute is once we finish this field, I'm going to take this over to that other field. I'm going to put the AI worker on the harvester for a little bit. Jump back over to the first one and do the cleanup on the plowing. I hear you're doing the Survivor Man challenge here. Free my... Well, that's the thing. Like, the Survivor Man challenge, like, this is, like, the map people go with. There are other maps that people can use. There's, like, one that's more, like, more Texas-like, and that. But it is these maps that don't have hardly any infrastructure on them at all are, like, the maps that people prefer to use the Survivor Man challenge. You hope there's a way to automate the water delivery for the bakery? I don't believe you can automate it. But what we can ultimately do is one, put the, like, build a water thing right next to the bakery. So you can kind of do the same thing I do with the greenhouses, where I could just park my thing there and be like, fill this up while fill up the building. You kind of can. But yeah, like I was saying, is I know you can put like a water thing right next to it, park your vehicle, and say, buy the water, also fill the building, and then just go off and do something else. Which you probably will do long term. The other thing I can also do is just get like the really, really, really big water tanker thing you can have for storage. That's, I can't remember, it's like 12,000 or some nonsense or more. And with that I could probably fill up the building in one go. So as long as I fill it up when I park it, you know, I just go over there and I say, okay, empty it, go do other things. It's only a little bit of a nuisance when I let my greenhouses get close to empty, because then I have to do the thing where I need to like fill it up and empty it, and then fill it up and empty it, and then go to our building and empty it, and then go back and fill it up, and then go back and empty it, kind of thing. That's the only time it gets particularly laborious. But also, if I got the much bigger tank, that would make my life easier for that as well. I thought there was one you could get like a semi back that also carried water, and it was something like 18,000 or 16,000. With the tanker in the position, get two small, get a small 2-stroke tanker, hook it up, tell it to buy water, fill the building, and completely forget about it. Yep. I mean, more or less, that's what I do with the first greenhouse. The second one, I have to bring it over, but I have the tanker there is 8,000 liters, so that does pretty well for us, actually. Oh, I need to go the other way. I wasn't thinking that through. How much do we have in that building now? Yeah, so we're still only at about maybe just a little under 30% full. Yeah, so you're making it for storage. And you are activated. Okay, so plan with this is we're going to roll this over here. You didn't even know production change was a thing in this? Yeah, so in Farming Sim 19, you had mods to do it. It was about 20 months worth of work there. That's fine. It just means if I put enough in there, I can just grow something else next season that is just a straightforward profit thing. Like, if it's maxed out, like, I'll just do something that's a straightforward profit thing that I just sell, like, soybeans or whatever. Alright. So let's clean up this disaster. I was already planning to do that. I'm just going to deal with this side first. Because then we have, like... Oh, I missed the corner. I didn't go quite far enough forward. There we go. I was going to see, like, if we could figure out what the AI knows that we don't know about this spot. This may be one of those things that the next time I have the AI work it, I take my big tractor here, I take the stump grinder, and we just drive and we just wave it back and forth. And hear if we hear the little chirp from it catching a log. I think it's probably a stump or whatever that's slightly underneath the ground. All right, make new fields. All right, let's try and do this. The one downside is the fields aren't exactly even. All right. Okay. We can potentially clean that up later. So let's now do the other side. And then we just go like right up the middle. Okay. So now 2 fields becomes 1 field. Here, we should be able to go down to the end here and just bring it right up the middle now. Just gotta watch. Yeah, no, it's just what happened because it was basically the reason it's doing that is because of how long the plow is. If it tried to actually do the whole field, it would technically plow up the edge of the other field. Oh, so we need to... get you in position real fast over here. Nope, 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 stop. I can't. If you go on that side, I can't empty it. Don't do it. I'm hoping it'll, like, overfill the moment it gets there kind of thing. Nope. Alright, so I'm going to have to take control and back it up so we can actually empty it. Because there's no emptying spot on this side. If it's 80% full, it's not going to finish this pass. Could you... do this? Alright. Yeah, we can get all that unloaded. We won't probably be able to get all the fields plowed this in-game day, because I'm not going to need, like, I don't need to do it in the dark or anything like that. I'm wondering. Okay. I was curious if I could, like, push back and where someone flagged my TikTok stream as, you know, not suitable for children. Alright, so we'll go ahead and get you doing your next pass here. So it looks like it's going to be like 3 empties for the finishing of this field. I know we're getting different patterns going back and forth, and that upsets people, but I'm dealing with AI problems. So we're cleaning up the AI's mess. All right. And 2 fields become 1. Something I should have done quite a while back, actually. I get that one little spot there to deal with. Alright, so I've turned off where I can make new fields. Oh, alright. Unless the reverse, I can only turn one way and I don't need to. Let's clean up this edge that they skipped in those 2 spots over there in the end. Okay. And those 2 should be really easy to clean up. I think we have those 2 spikes because that tree over there. Either that or there's a tree stump I'm not seeing. 50-50 on which it is. By the power vested in me by the plow, I declare you 1 field. Yep. Alright, so we've got that set up. Alright, so I'm not going to actually worry about plowing this field right this second. Because you're going to get full pretty soon, so I'll do the loop around to top this off. And I'll take over the harvester, finish the field. And that'll be everything harvested. Which will be plenty for concluding this in-game day. Okay. But you might as well see if you can raise the bakery money and have it work overnight. The bakery is 50,000. I mean, I could sell the wheat early, but I'd rather just chuck the wheat into the granary and not worry about it. All right, the very last sardine. Good luck and getting back to sleep. Thank you again for tuning in. But yeah, I know I'm gonna have it make the flour, and my hope is what'll happen is by the time we get to the point I should sell stuff out of the greenhouse, that my hope is that the greenhouse will give you enough money to pay for the bakery, and then I'll have all of that flour I could just chuck in there. And if I have to, I could sell some flour and all that. Oh yeah, but this is the time of year they pay terribly. The time of year you get your good money out of the greenhouse is like February. So we're I don't think we're at like the worst month for it, but I think we're pretty close. If we actually look at our stuff here, strawberry, we're in July. So yeah, it's not the worst, but it's pretty bad. Yeah, like September's the worst, but July is pretty bad. Yeah, no, that'd be good because we can set all the bakery stuff up, get that going. What's the price for bread? To be honest, I thought it was 1,600. It's a significant upstep, but my guess is it's probably more than one delivery of flour per bread kind of thing. But I still suspect it'll be a pretty good uptick. The issue is I don't know what the quantities are. Like, how much bread do I get for how much flour? Because that is a critical consideration. But if we go to bread, it was up here, right? Yeah, bread. So it's 1760 at the top, whereas flour is 663. But I don't imagine it's 1 unit bread or 1 unit flour to 1 unit bread. It's probably like 1.5 units flour, so like 1,500 liters per. Sorry, yeah, 1,500 liters for like 1,000 liters bread would be my guess, plus the water, because that would still be like a 30% upsell kind of thing, which would be a huge multiplier. To get like literally a third more money, and maybe it is ridiculously generous. I know the processing does bank you serious cash. But we are in the hardest setting. I wouldn't expect it to be that absurdly lucrative. Because honestly, if it was something like we doubled our money at that point, then that means one harvest would likely yield us enough money to buy the header for the harvester, and then 2 harvests would be what it'd take to get the larger seeder and all that. If it does end up being one of those things, yeah, multipliers are nice. Oh yeah. But one of the nice things that we could also run into is if, for example, I am like all the wheat we got is enough that like carries that the granary for a full year. I still think I would want to not necessarily max out the granary, but get enough in there that I can, potentially have a whole year I don't have to worry about. Then we just switch crops to, whether we switch it to another grain to just keep that topped off, or switch it to a totally different plant that I can potentially sell. It's also a possibility that we switch it to a plant that we could then potentially start looking at making other materials, like sunflowers for oil, for example. Because then we could get a second production building going. Definitely by the time we get to second production building, I would probably need a warehouse for practicality purposes. Because if I didn't do that, it would be a fairly obnoxious thing to deal with. Yep, no, I understand the math. That said, if I can get it mostly full, that's good enough for me. Alright, so this will need to be gassed up, repaired, and doing all that stuff. I'm going to have to worry about that right now. Because there's a very good chance that maybe by our next harvest, I might actually be in a position to get the larger header. And if I can, I'd probably still take that up to repair it, but I'd probably drop the header up there, get the really big header, and honestly leave the smaller header there just in case we go and we buy a much bigger harvester and I need, you know, a worker to process one of the smaller fields. We can just chuck that over and not worry about it. Okay. So I'm going to move this over here. Because this 100 horsepower tractor is seeming more and more like it's just going to operate this thing. And honestly, it's about to be dark anyways. You know, and go ahead and get that all going. So first thing we're checking, anything on sale? I mean, we get a baler, but I'm not gonna worry about it. All right. So if we look at our map now, all of these are like ready to be plowed and all that. What was that wrapper? It's for you can take bales of like grass or whatever, you can wrap them to make silage, which is effectively fermented grass. It's actually very lucrative. I'm just choosing to not go that route right away. Like, eventually we'll do it, because that is kind of a meta that a lot of people use. They just make silage, and that means for the first N number of years of the game, what you're doing is you're mowing the lawn, wrapping it up, and then letting it become silage and selling it. And I don't know, for me personally, like the whole mowing the lawn kind of thing, I don't know, it doesn't hit the same way. It doesn't feel like farm sim at that point. It feels like, okay, I'm just mowing grass. Yep, that was a wrapper. So you wrap the bale to make silage. There's a couple different ways to make silage. There's like a trough thing you can just dump all the grass in and then moosh it. This is farm sim, not lawnmower sim. Yep. There's a lawnmower sim. Oh yeah, no, I've seen it. I don't know if it's any good, but I have seen that there is a lawnmower sim game. It's probably fine. I would suspect it delivers pretty much what you expect it to deliver. Yeah, so you've got... How much do you weigh? Was it 1,000? Yeah, so you got 6 more in there. Okay. And I am aware of the time. What I'm going to do here is I am going to hook this up and position this so I know exactly what's going on. Because I found for ADHD brain, one of the ways I've been able to handle, like, you know, you don't play for a day or two and you go, okay, what the heck was I doing? Is if I put the tractor, like, you know, the plow pointing at the field, it's like, oh, right, I was going to plow that field. That's where I left off. I mean, it'll be set up fairly obvious. I got one field plowed. I've got the tractor is going to be sitting right here facing a field that needs to be plowed. And all that kind of stuff. Like, I'll forget other things, but at least I'll know where I left off. Okay. So I'm just gonna do one thing real fast right here. All right, so what I'm going to do is, before anyone goes anywhere, what we're going to go ahead and do is I'm going to save the game, so that way it doesn't keep going and doing stuff. For those of you over on YouTube, I am going to be wrapping up stream on the YouTube side, so YouTube don't go, well, I mean, you are going to go some places, Twitch don't go anywhere, but thank you so much, YouTube, for liking and, like and subscribing and all that good stuff, and I will see you next time. So I want to get them out of here. Same